theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook bigger than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we wear frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard album from's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hey everybody, it's Julie B, and we are going to be getting into season 1, episode 3 of From in our rewatch tonight, and we'll also discuss a new development in From season 4 news. There's a new picture that got released this week by Collider. It's not much, but it's one still image, and from being the fandom that it is, we can obsess like crazy over a single picture. God knows we can. So we can certainly take a look at the image, and I know the fandom has already been feverishly analyzing this picture for any clues and making theories based on this picture or adding to existing theories. And I definitely have some thoughts about that. So we're going to get into that. We'll start with that, since that's the most pressing issue, the breaking news, and then we'll get into the breakdown of episode 3, Choosing Day, which is one of my personal favorite episodes in the history of From, because it's the epic Jade episode with the escape room, the giant escape room. Not really, but where he thought it was a giant escape room and acted like a total dick to everybody. And it was some therapy I really needed this week, watching that episode with friends in a watch party, and we've been doing watch parties in the Discord. If anybody wants to join, it kind of varies when we do them. Sometimes I like to do them the night before a live stream, if I can. If it's at all possible, I do that. If I can't fit it in, then I'll do it like 2 hours or an hour before. I'll have the watch party end like an hour before the start of a live stream. But generally it'll be like the night before. So So like last night we watched episode 3, and while we were at it, we watched episodes 4 and 5 just because there were a few people there and wanted to keep watching. But I will do when we do the live streams, before we do the live streams for episodes 4 and 5, I will do another watch party for anybody who missed it and wants to watch those, because I didn't announce that we were doing that. It was just a last minute decision to just keep streaming. But I'm gonna do another watch party for episode 4 and another for episode 5, which will be announced. So anybody who wants to watch it in the Discord can still watch it with us. And I'm always game to watch it again. I'm always good for that. So I will be doing that. And I appreciate the folks who hung out with us and watched. There was Michael G, he was there, and a few other people were there. So that was a lot of fun. We had B join us. She's new to the Discord, so that was cool. She's a regular over in the Sci-Fi Vision live chat. And so that was nice of her to join and watch with us. And you know, with Alice was there, and I know I'm forgetting somebody. Who else was there? Oh, Lori was there too. And Scarlet popped in. So anyway, so I'm thinking like the next live stream will be Monday, episode 4. We'll do a breakdown of episode 4, and I'll do a watch party Sunday night for that episode. So yeah, that's the plan for now. But let's say hi to who's in the chat so far, and then I'll pull up the image that was in the press for season 4. And I apologize for starting late. Again, I really thought I was going to be on time for once. First, I was going to start at 9, and my exercise got delayed, so I had to push it to 9:30. And I have to do my exercise to manage my pain before I can start a live stream, because I can only rest for about 3 hours before my pain spikes really out of control. And you know, I have to plan it really well, and I miss being able to take joy out of doing these live streams, and I can't do it like I used to be able to. I have to meticulously plan it out so that I can keep doing this. I've got to make sure that I do enough exercise beforehand, or it just doesn't work. You know, I'm suffering too much, and what's the point of doing these if I'm just suffering? I do this for fun, you know. Sometimes I get donations, and they're much appreciated and much needed. But obviously this isn't a job, and I don't have to be doing it, and I don't get regular income from this. YouTube, I mean, I'm not monetized. I do this to enjoy myself, and if I'm not, then what's the point? So I hope there won't come a time when I have to stop completely. But my pain condition is getting worse and worse, and nobody understands why or how to treat it, and I don't think that it's going to get better. I think it's just going to keep getting worse. So I'm just going to enjoy the ride as long as I can. But it's not looking good. It's really not. And I'm sorry for getting emotional and depressing. But I appreciate everybody here who's been like a family to me when my own family failed me. And when I had nobody, you guys were here, and and uh and you're still like family to me. So I appreciate you guys, and I hope I won't have to stop doing this. I'm not going to go anywhere anytime soon. I'll be here to cover from season 4, and you know, I am not going to be able to do the same scale of coverage of things I used to be able to do. I can't do all night live streams anymore. It's too painful. It causes me too much pain unless I get to a point where I can start streaming on the treadmill. I might be able to start doing that so I can stay on longer, but I've got to get like some kind of software where I can get rid of the treadmill noise, and then maybe I could do it, but it's too loud. So for now, I've got to really meticulously plan it. Every time I want to do a live stream, it's extremely difficult. So, um, anyway, hey Doc, nice to see you. Um, I hope you're doing well tonight. I just came from Tony's stream. He was doing a live stream for a while, longer than usual. I had to finally shut it off to get ready to start this one. He had been going for over 2 hours, and he doesn't usually do that. It was like 2.5 hours long. So shout out to Tony. He was very gracious and shouting me out as always. He's a good friend, and it was a fun stream to watch. Hey Gabrielle, nice to see you. Oh, Gabrielle was in the watch party with us too. My memory is so bad and I have brain fog. So if I forget you at any point, like to mention you when I should be, please don't take it personally. It's just my brain fog. When you're in pain all the time, it screws with your memory really bad. Hey Bell Chill, nice to see you. Oh, look what I did. I'm all sniffly. I had to cry, damn it. Hey Zapton. I know you were Zapton, so it's tempting to still call you that. Hey Zap, nice to see you. Um, take care of you first. Oh, thank you, Bill. I appreciate the support. I really do. That's what I have to do. I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice now. It's gotten to a point where I have to take care of myself first. Um, you know, even if people don't always understand. I'm sorry. People don't understand that I have to take care of myself first. It's a matter of survival. I have to. And people take it personally and get hurt and angry. I'm sorry. I'll pull myself together. Oh, thank you, Rose. Please hit the like button. Please hit the like button and help people find the stream. That would be much appreciated. Hey, Wolf Spear, nice to see you. I see. The numbers went up. Tony must have just ended his stream. That I share a lot of folks from Tony's community, and I'm grateful because a lot of people found me through his community. Tony's awesome, and I appreciate how he helped me get the word out about my channel. Hey, Wolf Spear, nice to see you, if I didn't say that already. I hope everybody's doing well tonight. Hey, Amy, nice to see you. It was a fun live. I was sorry to leave it, but I finally had to close it to start my own. Oh, that's so nice. He told everyone to come over here. That was really kind of him. That was really kind of him. Yeah, he's such a good friend to do that, and I didn't even call in and back him up when he needed help. I wanted to, but when he was kind of just on there by himself for a while, and his phone line wasn't working, and nobody could call in, and then he tried putting up the StreamYard link, but people were afraid to click that. And then Rose got on there. Rose finally did it. I wanted to, but I couldn't because first I was visiting my mom, and then I was on the treadmill doing my workout, and you would have heard the noise in the background. I have to walk on the treadmill to manage my pain, so I had to I couldn't call in and help him. But Rose did great. Rose, you were a natural. You did so well. You did so well. If you ever want to call in, and say anything. If you want to be a guest on this stream, you're welcome to do it, because I was saying, like, you're a natural. I don't know if you could see the chat, but I was like, Rose is a natural. She's like a streamer. You just fit right in on the panel with Tony and Phil, and you knew when to chime in and when to hang back. You didn't talk too much. A lot of people make that mistake when they're not used to being on a live stream. They either talk too much or too little, or they're too scared to talk, or they blabber on too much and try to take over the show, or you have bad timing and, like, you talk over people or whatever. But you didn't do any of that stuff. You were just a natural, Rose. You knew exactly. It was like you knew exactly what you were doing. I don't know how much experience you have calling into these, but you did great. You were funny. Like, you should call in more often and talk when they're doing the call-ins. Like, at least on the regular number, he doesn't usually post the link. Football affinity. Who the F is attacking Julie? We coming for you. uh, nobody's nobody's attacking me, but thank you. Thank you. Life is just hard. It's just hard, and it keeps getting harder. It's like, how much more can one person fucking take in this life? I swear to God, I just get worse and worse pain, and I don't know how much more one person can survive. I mean, for God's sake, I'm suffering more, like, more than I could have ever imagined a person could suffer and still, like, get through every day, and it keeps getting worse. And people don't always understand that I have to put myself first because of my pain, and it makes me look selfish or something, and I'm not a selfish person. I don't want to be selfish, but I have to put my needs first out of survival, out of pure necessity. Hey Sonic, it's nice to see you. Um, saw you over there in Tony's stream. Hey Samuel, nice to see you. And Christine, she was over there in the chat too. Hey Christine Jellybean. Um, Oh, Amy, I'm just like emotional because things have been heavy in my life, and my pain is out of control. That's all. That's all it is. Sonic, yep, I'm here under orders of Major Teflon. Well, that was really cool of him, especially since I didn't even call in this time, and he still plugged my stream. That was very cool of him to do that. Thanks, Rose. I knew you were walking first. I pay attention. Thank you. I love how people actually remember this stuff, like, about me. That's so considerate and kind that you guys actually remember, like, details of my life that I've shared, the things that I struggle with. You actually remember. That's why you're better than my actual relations, my actual blood family, like, because they couldn't care less and have no clue what I'm dealing with. My relatives, they don't care. My aunts and uncles and cousins. Fuck them. You guys are the best. Best family. I love it. Yeah, Rose, official co-host. She did a great job. Great job. Amazing. Great personality. Uh, you're welcome, Rose. Oh, well, absolutely. Rose, I'm gonna do call-ins from time to time. I don't do them. I don't do them a lot, just because I've got to limit the length of the streams due to my pain. And when there are call-ins, when it's like a free-for-all call-in, sometimes it can get out of control, and I'm not assertive enough to control it. Like, one time we had like 6 people on here, and I didn't know how to get out. I didn't know how to end it, and like, they were more aggressive personalities, not like you, Rose. And I didn't know how to. Oops, I didn't know how to to get them off the panel and keep going, the people who wouldn't stop talking, and I needed to get off from my pain, or keep the thing moving. So that's why I'm kind of scared to do call-ins now. But you know what I could do? Like, I could send the link, like, to specific people who I know I can trust not to take over the thing, like you, Rose. Um, so we could do that sometimes, like, a kind of VIP call in thing where it's just, you know, certain people who I've vetted ahead of time. Like instead of a public link, we could do it through Discord or something. And instead of me sharing the link publicly, I could share it privately to people I know I can count on not to take over. Uh, that would be cool because I definitely want to do call-ins for some of my lives for season 4. So what I want to do is 2 live streams a week for season 4. One of them will just be a regular stream where we break down the episode, Scarlet and me and Carl and then and whoever we have on as a guest at any given time if we do. And then the other stream um will be like theories and predictions for the next episode, and that one can be a call in and we and do it that way. So it's like less difficult to manage. So that's what I'm thinking I want to do. Rosie not coming on till we talk numbers. um oh, thanks Sonic. Thank you for your prayers. I really appreciate it. I could use all the prayers I could get. I literally like put out a post on Facebook last week, like saying like if anyone is of the praying sort, like please pray for me. Like I could use the prayers. Thank you. Uh, hey, AA, nice to see you. So we've got 27 people watching. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I'm like I sound terrible now. Crying makes you sound like a mess. Um, but please hit the like button and yeah, we're gonna be doing breakdown rewatch stream for those who didn't hear at the beginning. Like I said, we're gonna be breaking down season 1, episode 3 of From, a rewatch that we're doing, and it's choosing day. It's the day where Jade thinks that the whole place is a giant escape room, which is a really fun episode, and he has his first crazy vision. We're gonna go through the images I have and discuss and see if we can break down from the beginning what is going on with the mystery of From. That's what we're doing. But first, we're going to talk about a new promo image that got released this week from Collider. We're going to do that first. So that's like the big breaking news. Where are you living? Yes. Where are you living? Colony or town? Chat. I would love to hear the answers to that too. Rosie, you the one in the group that always decided what board games to play and lead out the itinerary. Yeah. Yeah, seriously. She would be like the life of the party. I could totally see that based on how she sounded on the panel, on Tony's panel. Colony so town for Sonic. Yeah. Good catch. I mean good choice. I would definitely agree because you just cannot bank your safety on a house full of drunken high idiots. There's just no way. Um it's safer to live in the town, especially if you have a family. Hey Robert, nice to see you. He says, "Hello, my friend, popping in to show support. I will finally get to listen in for a little while tonight." Oh, it's great to see you. I'm glad that you were able to make it. And and we're going to be discussing the new promo image for season 4 that just came out. We'll also break down season 1, episode 3 of From, and what we can glean from that, what kind of clues and theories we can glean from that episode in our rewatch. AA says, "Julie, we will pray for you, but also pray for yourself. Talk to God." I'm not saying you don't, nor am I assuming your relationship with God, but he loves when we talk to him, contrary to popular belief. Uh, oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I've tried. I'm sorry. Talking about this makes me really emotional. I've tried praying for relief, but it never happens. I've tried that for years. Maybe it'll work better if someone else prays because I don't know. Maybe I'm not doing it right. My mom didn't raise me with religion, and so I don't know. Maybe I'm just not doing it right. I'm sorry. Uh, hey Tony, nice to see you. He said I'm in town, but I'm running the house. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure you would be running the house. That doesn't surprise me at all. Uh, yeah, and Tony, thank you. Now that I see that you're listening, thank you so much for telling your supporters to come over here. And I hope I didn't drive people away by crying like an idiot. I'm sorry to those listening, and I'm gonna get my shit together and focus on From now and get some escapism that I need. So but thank you so much. That was really kind of you. I got a big bump in numbers when you did that. I had like less than 10 people in the chat, and now it's over 20. And for me, those are really good numbers. So thank you. I really owe you a lot, Tony. I wouldn't have. A lot of people wouldn't have found out about my channel if it hadn't been for your community and for you. Like bringing up my channel and reminding people that that exists and to sending people over there. I really appreciate that. Uh, Amy says in town, but got my own smoke. uh, Rolla says I'm headed to Colony House to be a drunken idiot. Sonic said Bill out doing a sneak a peek. Because Bill said I'm in Colony House, but I sneak out from time to time. Well, you could do the reverse. You could live in town where it's safe and sneak over to Colony House just to party. You could do that. Get the best of both worlds. Maybe they're not divided so much anymore, so you could probably get away with that. Sonic Tony gonna have a room in the Colony House and his own house in town. Yeah, I could totally see that. AA said town for sure. If I came with people, I want to say Colony House if I came alone, but due to their recent security breach, probably town overall. Uh, yeah, definitely. Definitely. Tony the Don Teflon. Yeah, hell fucking yeah. Tony Teflon in the house. The king of From. And AA said I would go to Colony House to party though. Yes, yeah. I totally would too, just to go and hang out with people and yeah, just have some fun. Sonic said you doing it right, Julie. Uh it's gonna get better, dear sister. Maybe he loves you. Yeah, thank you. I'm trying. I don't know. I'm trying. Thanks, Samuel. We're all praying, hoping for you, Julie. Thank you. Maybe more people are praying. Like there's an amplified effect or something. I don't know. I don't know how it works. Thanks, Tony. Everyone loves you. Thank you. Um, I'm just a mess these days. My pain is just off the charts, and I don't know how much more I can take. And the more I've started to uncover some answers using AI, using Google AI, and the answers don't look very good. It looks like stuff that cannot be treated or fixed. So I may be stuck with this pain without any way to fix it, and it's just going to keep getting worse. It's not looking very good based on what I read from Google AI. Let's say that. So I've been in very bad shape lately. I mean, how long can a person suffer physical torture for 24/7 before they just crumble? How much can you survive? Like I can't even sit in a car and go somewhere much anymore without having to lay in the back seat with my heating pads. Sitting is brutal, standing is brutal. I can't even sit in my living room most of the time when I'm resting. I have to go lay in bed. I don't want to be a bedridden person like in my 30s. I'm not even 40 yet. Anyway, I'm sorry. I was going to focus on From, and I am. Bill said I'm everywhere. Like, Tony didn't want you, babe. There. You're gonna take his like sloppy seconds. Sonic said Tony gonna be wherever Acosta gonna be. Yeah, that's for damn sure. He says it's okay. He hears you. Oh, we will continue praying. P.S. There's no right or wrong way to pray. He hears you. Well, thank you. I'll try to keep going. Then I'll keep trying. I gave up a while ago, a long time ago. Um, uh, Amy, I don't know why, but I thought it was Sunday. Yeah, I get the days mixed up a lot. Stem cells, other people have mentioned that to me, and I've wondered about that, Christine. Stem cell treatments. I wonder if people will faction off and start living in Cannibal Village season 4. At the very least, I think they might separate between Colony House and town again. They might do that. AA. Muscle relaxers don't really help me, Pixie. Amy, I've tried that a lot. I'm on them. They don't really seem to do anything. Yeah, Sonic, I think it's pinched nerves. I think it's something called piriformis syndrome. And then that in turn has also caused some sacral nerve entrapment as well at the base of my spine. That's based on my Google AI research. That's what I think it is. And I've been reading about piriformis syndrome for years, trying to get doctors to believe me, and nobody would even consider it. But just recently, a new doctor said he thinks that's what it could be. And I was like, "You got to be kidding me! I've been trying to get people to listen to me for years, and he brought it up all on his own. He was like, "I think it's this." Like what? I've been trying to get people to look into this for years for me, and believe me that it could be piriformis syndrome, and nobody would. And all of a sudden, he brought it up on his own. So anyway, Sonic Rose and Sonic gonna run wild. He's gonna be risen it up. Yep. Bill said me and Sarah hiding bodies. Rose, I need to revisit acupuncture. I'm gonna star that comment to remind myself to look into that again. Acupuncture, I found it relaxing. I tried it twice. That's something I would like to try again if I can find access to it. But I live in rural Iowa, so that might be tricky. Amy said, "Hell yeah, glad you found a decent doctor." Yeah, I got one who actually seems to know what he's talking about, and that's something that hasn't happened yet. So hey, at least that's progress, right? Anyway, so we got this new image this week. Let's take a look at this image and see what you guys think about it. I want to hear your opinions on this. It's not exactly a bombshell, this new thing. But Collider dropped this week. It was, uh, it said first look or I think it said a preview of a new image from season 4 from and oh, Rose said cupping worked for my shoulder pain. Okay, I've heard of that, and it can be really like it can make you really sore, but I have heard good things about it. I appreciate the suggestions. I could use any and all that I can get. So looking at this image here, so this is really interesting. I apologize for my voice. Let me take a drink of this. My mouth is a little dry and kind of sniffly. Hold on. So so looking at this here, it's Jade, Boyd, and Tabitha, and they're obviously standing at the pool in town. And they're standing at the pool. Incidentally, is that Clara's bike laying on the ground? Whose bike is that? I wonder if Jade still has Clara's bike that he stole in the episode of From that we're going to discuss tonight in our rewatch. Uh, I wonder if he still is riding around town on Clara's bike. Probably. Um, but I see a bike laying there and it's blue, and Clara's bike was blue. But it looks like there might be more than one bike there. I don't know. The way that's the angle of that, there's there's um there's a bike over here to the right that's blue. I see handlebars, and then over to the left there's a wheel. I don't know, like there may be two bikes. It's unclear, but anyway, that's really unimportant. The important thing is like what's happening here. What is happening here? The pool is right there, and remember in the teaser for season 4, um Sarah and some red shirts from Colony House or from town, whatever. Some red shirts and Sarah were standing at the pool, staring at something, looking kind of stunned, and they were right near the pool area. And so now we have Boyd, Jade, and Tabitha looking stunned as well. And and behind them there's a rope. You can see a rope behind Boyd that is going up, and what's nearby these three? The motel side. So that rope might be connected to the motel side. Um, and this adds to my existing theory that they're gonna find Jim's body hanging. Just maybe not in the way that I had thought. I've been saying, like, since the night that teaser, the day that teaser came out, and when I did my live that night, I said that I think that they're gonna find Jim's body hanging upside down. Why? Because why did I think that? Because in season 1, Tabitha had a premonition dream in which Jim was hanging upside down screaming. So I said, I think they're going to find Jim's body hanging upside down from a tree. It would fulfill that part of her premonition dream. And remember, two other things already came true related to that dream, where she wound up going up the real lighthouse steps at the end of season 2, just like in the dream. And in season 3, an ambulance came to town, which was foreshadowed by the toy ambulance on the stairs in her dream. So, and I had already believed that Jim hanging upside down screaming foreshadowed his death. Just the fact that he's in peril in any way, that it foreshadowed his death. But this would make it even more poetic if they find him hanging upside down, and that's how his body is. And I think so now I think that instead of a tree, his body may be hanging upside down from this motel side, which I
Oh
know
no.
people in the fandom have also said they think that might
Not
happen.
not Star Magic.
Yeah, yeah,
Where do you
yeah.
think of these? Where are these photos from?
This was released from Collider.com
Oh,
a few days ago, and it's only one. I wish it were more, but it's just
oh, that's
one
one.
photo. That's it. It's just
Oh, that's all
one.
you get. That's all you get.
That's all we get.
Mm.
Oops, something just opened up. Okay. Yeah. So that's
Yeah,
all we
it
get.
would be pretty gnarly if he was hanging from the hotel sign, though. Star Magic.
I know, right?
Ugh.
Uh, yeah, that would be pretty gruesome. I mean, the thing about this is that's odd though. Boyd is looking down. They're not all looking at the same spot. Tabitha's looking kind of straight ahead. Jade is
Mm.
too. Boyd is kind of looking down. If they should be looking up. So I'm not really sure about that part. But what I mean, this rope it intrigues me. There's a rope back there. And
Yeah.
we know the motel sign is right next to the pool.
Hmm.
So maybe Jim's body is hanging here instead of in the tree like I thought.
Mm.
What do
Yeah,
you think, Scarlet?
I was watching this episode right before episode 3, and there was a rope in that scene where Frank's talking about Christmas, and by the swing, it's the swing, and I think that's foreshadowing Boyd with the rope, and then I saw him in the box, and I thought, oh, that's foreshadowing when he's in the well. So this
Yeah.
rope might be foreshadowing somebody hanging from the Star Magic
Yeah.
sign, but not Boyd, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh yeah. Tony said it's Jim, I told you. So Tony, you think that it's Jim hanging from the side? Yeah, I think it very well could be. I think it'll be I mean, the man in yellow, he's very flamboyant in the way he does things. And I wouldn't be surprised if he wants to make a dramatic showing of Jim's body, you know? That it would make sense to me. Amy said I think they see
Does
Jim's
everything big.
body. Huh?
Yeah. The man in yellow does everything big.
Yeah. Um so Tony, yeah, Botox. I'll star that too, as a suggestion for my pain. I've heard about that. Some people get injected with
Yeah.
Botox for pain. Thank you for that, Tony.
Yeah, and now I'm beginning to think what Parkland Media was saying, that like future Julie may locally try to use story walking to make Jim alive again, and then he's alive, but then the Man in Yellow just kills him again.
Yeah.
And maybe that's his favorite part, watching Julie know that she can't do anything, and then stringing him up on
Could
the
be.
Star Magic.
Yeah. Could be. Um, how close is the RV from the pool? Well, probably not very close. However, maybe he, brought him to town during the night. This may be the next day. I think it very well could be that he brought Jim's body to town, and it could explain. I mean, a lot of the trailer, it seems to be like all in the same period of time where everybody seems to be reacting to stuff, to something. Maybe they're all reacting to the same thing. They're all kind of looking off into the distance, and they show a lot of the cast. Maybe a lot of them are reacting to Jim's body. So yeah, it could be. Sonic said they found Jim's hair, but the body is missing. That's great. Um, Bill said Jade's been stealing everybody's bikes. I was
There's a
saying,
pile of them. Yeah,
I
there's
was
a pile of them
thinking,
here.
doesn't it
Sorry.
look like there are 2 bikes there?
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna say a pile of bikes.
yeah. Oh, yeah. Amy said it would be like the Hanged Man Tarot.
Yeah.
Yes, it would fulfill that poetically, wouldn't it?
It also, Julie, the hangman hangs in a number 4 position upside down.
Oh, okay.
If you see it, his body is in a 4. It's upside down, but his legs up. So there's a lot of 4s and 7s in the show.
Oh, that would be very fitting then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, 4s and 7s. Yep. So yeah, Taryn Matheru has said for years, that Jim represents the Hanged Man tarot card, and he pointed to Tabitha's premonition dream. And wouldn't this be a great, fulfillment of that, and a feather in Taryn's cap too,
Mhm.
it would fit the premonition dream showed him hanging upside down. I didn't think it'd be literal. I thought that it just represented that Jim was going to die, and because
Mhm.
he's just upside down screaming. I didn't take it literally, but
Mhm.
imagine if he's actually found his body's hanging upside down. It would be so eerie how
Mhm.
she dreamed it that way, and she heard the RV sounds, which when he screamed, you could hear the RV crash noises.
Mhm.
So that foreshadowed that he was going to die right next to the RV, just not in a crash.
Yeah.
Anyway, who threw the rope down the well? Who threw the rope? Yeah, it was Julie. It was Julie who did that. Samuel, Jim, or someone, somebody panicked him. Sent through the 4-way tree again. Oh no, not again. Dale 2.0 again. Oh no. I think nobody would be dumb enough to try that again, right? I would have to hope.
There's some theories about that, and I'm like, I don't think that, because there were theories that future Julie would go through a tree and land in the pool, and I'm thinking, I don't think she would do that, because the pool,
No.
I mean, you'd have to have somebody help you out of the pool, but even if you land in the middle of it, it's fine, but Dale did not.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, his body's still there, right? It's just covered with some bricks.
Yeah, I think so. They covered him with a bunch of bricks, and I don't think Julie would do that. I don't think anybody would take a risk like that.
It probably
So
smells.
yeah, I don't think the
It smells
writers would.
of decay.
Yeah, that's really nasty to think about.
I mean, unless they get some cement or something and just cement them over. Even that's gross. They're doing all that.
It is. It
We'll
is.
just forget about Dale for now. We'll put some bricks in front. Poor Dale.
Yeah. Um, yeah, Tabitha does look disheveled. She does. She's been looking
Yeah.
kind of rougher lately. She has a lot on her mind, Uh, imagine there's a big white butt sticking out of the tree. What the hell, Amy?
What? Where?
Amy, where did you get that image from?
Yeah.
That's
Show us on
random,
the
Amy.
picture where the butt is.
um, men in yellow throwing bodies with ropes through faraway trees. Oh, maybe he threw Jim through his body through a tree and it landed there. Or maybe that's an interesting thought. Um,
Using faraway
and
trees as
even
weaponry.
if yeah, and even if this and they have him hanging from a motel sign instead of a tree.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would still be hanging upside down from trees. So that's another reason why I think Jim will be found hanging from a tree, because Fromville seems to have certain things that it repeats, certain forms of violence and things that happen in various cycles, repeating over time, archetypes, like having one eye removed. Elgin's eye got removed. Jane saw a vision of a Puritan missing an eye.
Mm-hmm.
There was a totem missing an eye. There are crayon drawings of somebody missing an eye. It seems like that's a recurring theme in From. And then
Mm-hmm.
there's other stuff too that seems to repeat. And so it seems to be in the From playbook where they hang victims' bodies, their bloody bodies, upside down from trees and under certain circumstances. It must be when the man in yellow kills them. Maybe that's what is his favorite part is. I'll pull up the image of the Civil War soldiers so you guys can see, and it just happens to be from the episode we're going to be talking about tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Season 1, episode 3, Choosing Day. Jade sees a vision of Civil War soldiers' bodies hanging upside down. It's part of the one where the guy chases him, and their mutilated bodies are hanging upside down from a tree.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe when the man in yellow kills people, that's his calling card, and that's his favorite part. He hangs their mutilated bodies upside down from the tree. And in this case, he might choose the motel side to make it extra,
Tasty.
like, yeah, maybe just to put a different twist on
A
it.
little chef's kiss.
Yeah. Um, maybe that's his favorite part. That's what he means. I'm looking for the images here. Let's see. Where are they?
Did you mean the guy under the rock, Jamie? I mean, Julie, sorry.
The guy
Good Lord, too many J names.
what do you mean? What about the guy under the rock?
The guy with the rock. I didn't know if he had both of his eyes or not. The one that Jade sees in this episode when he goes down the root cellar and it screams with Jasper's voice.
Oh,
Jasper.
yeah, what am I saying? That's the one that's in this episode, sorry. Not
Yeah. Yeah, I
that's the one
didn't think
that's
the tree was because I just watched it, and unless I was like losing my mind, which I might be.
No, you're right. You're right. It's a different vision that's in this stream. That's in this particular episode. And yeah, it's the one with the guy under the boulder. But in episode 4, I believe it's 4. Is it 4 or is it 5? Let me see. I think it's 5. That's where he sees the mutilated bodies hanging upside down from a tree. And so yeah, it seems like the calling card of this place is to do that sometimes under certain circumstances. So um so yeah, I think that's what's gonna happen. And yeah, I wonder. So yeah, I think, like, I don't know what Boyd is looking at. Like, maybe he's just looking down in this picture because he's like, I can't believe what I'm seeing, and he's just looking down in shock. That's probably what that's about. And I mean, it, Tabitha looks kind of stunned, and yeah, and Jade, he's just kind of staring, and like they're all kind of stunned, and I find it interesting. I wish they gave us more than just this one image, but oh, hey, Shadow Skull, nice to see you. Hey, Michael, yeah, not the first people hung upside down in this show. Nope, definitely not the first. Not the first. It's happened before, and yeah, I have the image. I'll pull it up in a second, but it's a little gory, so I don't know. I won't show the worst of the images because I don't want the live stream to get pulled down, but just to show you, to remind people what I'm talking about. Yeah, and I think this looks like it's from the immediate aftermath after season 3. That's another thing. Look how they're dressed. They're dressed the same as they were at the end of season 3. Tabitha's wearing the same outfit. So is Jade. So is Boyd. And so I think this is definitely the immediate aftermath after season 3's finale. And let's see, where's my image of the... Oh, here. I found it, or one of them anyway. So yeah, I'll show it in a slideshow format so you can see it a little better. Yeah, so bodies hanging upside down from trees in Jade's vision from season 1 of the Civil War soldiers. And like the blood is dripping down, they're all mutilated. I think that's what he's gonna do to Jim, and hang him upside down. Except maybe this time from a motel sign instead of a tree. I've been saying this since the night that the teaser came out and we did the live stream. And this picture that Collider released definitely, solidifies my theory a little more, except maybe changes the location.
Yeah.
But yeah, like he here he is in season 1. He was hanging upside down in Tabitha's dream. I have a better image of that though, right here. Here he was hanging upside down, screaming in Tabitha's dream, and that was foreshadowing his eventual death. There were sounds of the RV crashing, which foreshadowed where he was going to die. And maybe it even foreshadowed him hanging upside down, his body hanging upside down in gruesome fashion afterward. Which I think is just...
What's behind him? Is that a cloud?
I think it might be a cloud, yeah. Yeah, I think that's a cloud. Yeah, good question. I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. And isn't this... what a brilliant show. My God. To foreshadow things from season 1 way back then in a dream that are happening, that are just now coming to fruition, is just brilliant. I love how they did this. And not just one thing. That was the best part of it. I mean, it foreshadowed her going to the lighthouse, walking up the steps. That didn't happen until the end of the following season 2. And the ambulance coming to town. I mean, it's a minute detail of a toy ambulance on the stairs. There's no way that was a coincidence, because the lighthouse part came true, and the toy ambulance, that wound up coming true. Like, they must have known we're going to eventually bring an ambulance to town. And now, and this too, they knew they were going to kill Jim. They knew they were going to do it near the RV, so hence the RV sounds. And they probably are going to have him hanging upside down. And they planned that too. So anybody that comes at this show and says, those writers don't plan anything, and they don't know what they're doing. They're just winging it. They have no faith in the showrunners and writers of this show. I could not disagree with that more. They knew exactly what they were doing from the beginning. I know they didn't plan out literally everything. Nobody does, but they knew all the major plot points. Like they compared it to a long trip. You know your destination, and you know the major stops you're going to take along the way.
Yeah, it reminds me
That's
a
what
lot
they
of
did. And then they do little detours.
it reminds me a lot of like
Yep.
other shows like Yellow Jackets. Like there's a dream sequence that Lottie has that played out. It was in season 1, but it played out in season 3. You know, there's a lot of showrunners that do that. They have all the plot points down. They just, you know, need to flesh it out in between.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I don't think that people give showrunners enough credit because the showrunners do have reasons. They don't just go out willy-nilly and just try to, you know, they have plans.
Exactly. Look at this. So this was her on the lighthouse steps, and this eventually happened for real. This was from her dream in season 1. There is an ambulance right there.
And that's kind of equating with my like Fromville's created by children theory I'm writing.
Yeah.
Because even the ambulance is a kid's ambulance. It's a toy. The Bible book, it's kids versus, you know.
Yeah.
The cicadas, Nathan said, like Sarah said, Nathan feared them. Then the spider with Ethan, which we know is going to make a guest appearance in season 4.
Right.
All these are coming from kids' minds, kids' imaginations, kids' toys.
Yeah.
Games.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a huge emphasis on children. And I think a big reason for that, well, before I get on that, I'll just go over these few images. There's the toy ambulance.
Yeah.
It's a little hard. It's a little dark. So like you got to look a little close, but it's to the left of her legs. You can't miss it. It's right there. Here are the bodies hanging from trees. There's the one-eyed Puritan.
Yeah.
So he's missing an eye, and we see this drawing in the opening credits of someone missing an eye that Victor must have drawn.
Yeah.
Later, Elgin winds up. I'm going to go by that one quick. I don't want to get it down. But you see how there's a certain playbook that From has, certain acts of violence, certain archetypes.
Well, they like eyes and they like tongues so far. That's what we know.
Yes. And now we've got Jim. That was from her dream, and now it just harkens right back to Jade and his vision of bodies hanging from trees. I guarantee you that the man in yellow,
and body parts.
Yeah, I bet you that these Civil War soldiers sought too much knowledge, and it came with a cost for them, and they got killed by the man in yellow, and that's why they're there. And guess who was in that exact tree while Jade was having the vision? Jim was up in the goddamn tree. Jim was in the tree while he was having the vision. As Carl pointed out as we were watching it together, it was like, oh my God, Jim was in the tree at the same time. How eerie. He was always meant to wind up like those Civil War soldiers. Dead, killed by the man in yellow, and hanging from something. Maybe a tree, maybe the motel sign. Could be either now. But yeah, it's genius. It's genius how this was planned out. And I, going back and doing this rewatch, we're finding more and more evidence that this was so meticulously well written and well planned out by the showrunners from the beginning. And yeah, I think that I think that more and more I've begun to believe that the children who get trapped in this place and who have been victimized in the past have manifested a lot of the things that are there that don't make sense. And so that could be why there are all these childlike things that come into play like this.
And it also could mean why Fromville always tries to take the kids out.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that it's a nightmare realm that was created kind of, maybe even the realm itself was created by the children who were sacrificed. Their sacrifice, their murder created that bottle faraway tree. Their hope that somebody would come back and free their souls and break the curse. And I think a lot of well, you know what I think? I don't think that they created the whole place and trapped people there, because that would make them evil. And so I don't believe that. I think that the entity that gave the immortality to the monsters and turned the parents into monsters, I think that entity created this as a supernatural prison and to
Mhm.
continue trapping more people with it. It traps the monsters there and anyone else who gets sucked in there, and then this entity feeds on their fear and pain. However, I think that the Ankui kids, they
Yeah.
manifested all the good things that are in the place for the people who are trapped.
Yeah.
Um,
That's what I
I
was gonna say. So get out of my head and let me say my piece.
well,
Because
the,
the whole time I'm saying, Ankuya kids, they made the roots, and they made other good things.
yeah, I think
Because
that
I
they're
feel that's a good part of the like theory of the kids is that they were making a good thing, and then maybe something stopped that good thing because the children can't win here.
yeah. I think they're responsible for the livestock that just randomly appear in the woods and feed everybody. Like
Oh,
they're
I thought that might be future Julie or Eloise.
could be it could
But you think
be
they might have been manifested by the children and then put into place by Eloise or future Julie?
maybe, but it could be those children, or it could be any children who are trapped there. Like
Yeah.
the hope of children, I think, is what
Mm-hmm.
manifests
Yeah.
the good things, like the livestock that keep people alive, and the electricity that shouldn't work because kids don't know how things work.
Mm-hmm.
They That's why there are wires that have no you know no insides.
Source,
There's
no
nothing in
power
there.
source.
There are
Yeah.
cords with no wires, and they shouldn't work. Kids don't know how lamps work, so that's why they were manifested there by the children who get trapped there. The Kui kids, they were killed long before the invention of electricity, I think, um,
Yeah.
but any other children who get trapped there, I think their hopes manifest the good things that keep
Mm-hmm.
people alive there. And yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but
Yeah, they might have manifested good things in the cannibal village. You know,
yeah, yeah, like
vegetables,
the vegetable.
veggies. Yeah.
Um, let's see.
And then they were corrupted because the one guy was drinking out of a children's skull. They'd have the good things that happen, and then there'd be the corruption with the drinking the blood out of the skull and
Yeah,
all
yeah,
that.
right. Like I don't think that they manifested everything, and that because that would be evil, and they were innocent victims. Um, so Michael thinks that Jim might have gotten hung upside down, like the guys in the tree. Yep. So Michael is thinking that. Uh,
Ew.
he said, wondering if they'll pay off the Maboose Easter eggs this season at all. Would be crazy if Man in Yellow ends up being Dr. Maboose with ability to control, use machines to influence people, phone, radio, etc. Maybe. Um,
I mean, if he's not, then it'd probably be an influence.
hmm
I don't think anything directly influences anything, but kind of sideways and directly influence.
Yeah. Could be. Could be. Elgin is sort of missing an eye. Yeah, he definitely is. And like um Rose said, Ellis's drawing also has one eye. Yeah, there's like a
Mm-hmm.
single eye. I think the single eye in the sky over Adam and Eve is like symbolizing whatever evil entity is watching them. Bill said the
Oh, I
esoteric.
thought it was God watching over them.
Oh, well, in this twisted place, I don't know. Like a godlike
I'm
entity.
just, I'm just
Yes,
wait, I'm just patiently waiting the ear harvest this season. Do we need a bunch of ear harvesting now?
I know. Oh, yeah.
Van
Uh,
Goghing everyone right and left.
yeah. Um, yeah, maybe that's next, because Sarah took somebody's tongue and then somebody's eye, and now next it's got to be an ear. It's got to be.
Countrymen, Romans.
See no evil, hear no evil,
Your
speak no
ears.
evil. Bill said the
Countrymen, Romans.
yeah, Bill said the esoteric meaning of a missing eye often represents a conscious sacrifice of outer physical vision to gain inner sight, spiritual wisdom, or
Yeah.
in some cases, to overcome a mortal enemy. It signifies a shift from mundane dualistic perception to a higher intuitive awareness, often linked to the awakening of the third eye. Interesting stuff.
I thought I was taking it more like Odin when, okay, take Odin, okay? Odin, let's talk about Odin here. Took out his
Yeah,
eye, he sacrificed his eye, and he hung upside down on a tree to gain knowledge.
right. Yeah,
Seems similar to some themes in From.
yes. Bill says, sorry. Ultimately, the missing eye
Oh,
represents
oops.
a profound initiation where a part of the self is surrendered to gain a deeper, more profound, and often hidden understanding of the universe. Interesting. Rose says, let's figure out a clever way to ask Doug.
I like
uh,
cleaner way to ask Doug, but we're not asking Doug anything.
nah.
Doug wants to
Yeah.
be with us when this all goes down because he wants to see our shock and awe.
Yeah, Doug said that he'll join our watch parties in the
Oh, yeah.
Discord because he wants to see our reactions. He said, if you think this is cool, him and the teaser, just wait until you see the episode. I can't wait to see what he means. He said that we're gonna lose our shit. That's straight from Doug. That's from Doug Hughes himself. And he said he's gonna watch with us when we do our weekly watch parties of From season 4 every week when it drops. That he'll watch with us. So come watch with the man in yellow and us. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm with Alice in Wonderland. Oh, you added that. Cool. Well, you're late, but glad you're here. Nice to see you. And we're just getting started. We haven't even started breaking down.
Second hour in, we haven't even started.
We've got to start doing. Like, I already feel my pain getting worse. God, it's only been an hour.
Well, you can blame Collider.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Yeah. And my own emotional self wasting time getting worked up talking about my issues.
Yeah.
Michael said, don't forget the playing card on the step of her dream. 99%, that's actually referencing Tilly. Oh, absolutely. Who plays solitaire in the diner the first night. Oh, yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah, and the other card games, too, because, like, Megan has a card game on her floor, too, when she's killed.
Yeah.
A lot of games, more games.
Yeah.
Perhaps Fromville's a game.
Yeah.
Ultimate escape room.
Indeed. I love the escape room episode, which we're going to be talking about. Bill says the left eye is the intellectual, but the right is its affection. But the right, yeah, that was right. And that the right eye is to be plucked out, meaning that the affection is to be subdued if it causes stumbling. Bill chill. Jesus
Old
said,
Testament stuff.
What?
I said Old Testament stuff.
Blessed are the eyes which see the thing which ye see. Luke 10:23. Amy says in Islamic eschatology, the Dajjal, I don't know how to pronounce any of this, the Antichrist or deceiver, is explicitly described in Hadith as a one-eyed figure, often with a blind, defective, or protruding right eye. The deformity symbolizes spiritual blindness, with the Dajjal appearing before the end times to deceive people, claiming to be divine. Interesting.
Oh, there's also the Cyclops that has this one eye that tries to deceive people and eat them.
I'm with Alice says, overall, this is all seeming symbolic to what has happened in America's ugly history, unfortunately. Yeah. I agree. And there's an American flag prominently displayed in the opening credits of the show, too. Maybe it is kind of connected to that. I've thought about that, actually.
It's all tattered and a metaphor.
Yeah.
Burrow flying past it. Jim Crow.
Yeah, Jim Crow.
I keep going here. I'll be here all night.
Yeah. Rose, seriously, yeah. The comments are like tongue twisters for me right now. Like,
Oh yeah.
literally. Literally. But let's see. So let me open up the choosing day images.
So the
So
people came out of the bus didn't get a choosing day, right? Nobody got to choose.
no. I think they stopped that after season 1, I guess. They stopped doing the choosing day ritual. Um so I don't know why. I guess once Boyd and Alice reconciled, that kind of mended fences between town and Colony House. So then they kind of went more informal, I guess. I don't know. I think that's what the major tipping point was.
Yeah, I guess in this episode, Donna said those rules were Boyd's idea, the choosing day thing.
Right.
She was like, "These weren't my rules, Boyd."
Right. Um. So. So. So this episode it opens with the Matthews family. Now I couldn't show the image that came right before this because it's too graphic for YouTube, but the camera pans over through Colony House to a couple of
Something
real,
sexy.
really enthusiastically
Oh
going
yeah.
at it.
I don't know. I thought it was just kind of lackadaisically going at it.
Yeah, on the couch, about 10 feet away from the sleeping Matthews with their
Well,
children.
not only that, but there's a whole bunch of other people on the couch.
Yeah,
There's some people sleeping right. I mean, not
there
even the next room.
there are people literally sleeping all around them,
Yeah,
and yeah,
hedonistic.
yeah. Like the thing that just gets me is that it's 10 feet away from children, and they couldn't just control themselves for one night till this family gets a house and gets out of there. They seriously, like,
It's
you
it's
can't.
nothing that it's nothing that Julie's not gonna see like through a curtain when like Fatima and Ellis bring their friends in for an orgy in the bedroom.
Yeah. So Julie is definitely going to get at least an
Yeah,
earful.
she got an education.
She may not see, she may not get an eyeful, but she'll at least get an earful of Alice
She's
and
gonna
Fatima going at it.
hear the slapping noises.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
mean, at least they were quiet about it, but there was still some slapping noises
yes, there
going on.
were. Yes, there were. So the Matthews are sleeping, and Tabitha has a dream.
Oh yeah, another thing I always point out about Colony House too is that they always have these empty rooms everywhere, but everybody decides to all pile into these rooms.
Right.
I don't get it. Maybe
Yeah,
they're just exhibitionists then.
and I understand why Victor has his own room because he's been there for 40 years. He has serious PTSD. He was alone for many years, starting as a child. So I get why he gets his own room, but why do Ellis and Fatima get their own room to themselves? That doesn't make any sense. That's not fair.
Yeah, and they're pretty big rooms.
Yeah.
They could get some
Anyway.
roommates.
Anyway.
I wonder where
Tabitha's
Trudy stayed. I wonder what her room was.
Yeah. Well, Tabitha's having this nightmare about what happened the previous night, on the porch when the teen boy monster mesmerized Julie and she started walking toward the monsters. And this comes out a little bit differently than it actually happened. They look different. They're in different positions, and the teen boy monster's not there, which is odd.
Are you showing photos with us?
Yeah.
I can't
Am
even
I
see them.
am I not okay? Oh, okay. I'm not. Thank you. I thought I was sharing my screen still. Let me show.
Well, I don't
this.
know. Half the time on my old iPad, like Doug Hughes shows photos and I can't see them. So I'm like, ooh, we can show some sexy photos now. This is what I was waiting for.
I'm glad you were here because there have been times when like I've thought I was sharing my screen for like half an hour and it turned out I wasn't.
Oh no.
Yeah, so I'm glad you were here to catch that because I
That's
can't
fine.
see the live chat while I'm showing images.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Well, we fixed it.
anyway, yeah, here they are sleeping, and
Can you show me some other ones about the people on the couch?
Well, we can't show the naked ones. All I can show is this.
This dude, this dude's probably listening and having a great time.
Yeah, that's all.
Oh, more.
Yeah. That's all that I can show on YouTube. But so this is weird. Why is she remembering it differently than it actually happened? The teen boy monster is missing. There's the bride.
She sees him later in this.
In the dream?
Yeah. Yeah, she sees him close up. Because I just watched it right before this.
Okay.
There's these people, if there's a flash of him, because I was going to ask you, does that make it significant that the teen boy's in front?
So at first, so it looks different than the way it was shot. And it does look different, but he does eventually appear. So so like first you see this.
Well, I mean, she's having a dream, so it's Tabby's dream world too. So
yeah, so it's the bride monster, the milkman, swing coat lady, and then Kenny shoots, and there's another shot of them just standing there. I think it's teen boy in the back in that shot actually.
Yeah, he's hanging out in the back. Yeah.
So she's seeing it in weird, like different angles than what we saw in the show. The way that it played out. There they are again, and she's banging on the door. Then all of a sudden, there he is, and that does look like what we saw, where he was right up front after he said, "Julie, don't you recognize me?" And then she hears the gun go off, and she wakes up, and that's that. So yeah, kind of weird, but I'm not reading much into that.
I didn't know if there was a significance to the teen boy being in front because everybody loves him so much and wants to theorize.
Right. I don't think that he knew Julie. I don't think that she met him story walking. I think that he just, once again, like I said before, I think he knows her name and he's getting in her head, just like we've been told that they can do. Fatima said that they try to get in your head, and Boyd said we have to cover the windows, or I forget who said we have to cover the windows so that they can't trick you as easily if the windows are covered. The little girl was tricked into opening the window because she looked at Granny Monster, and Granny Monster tricked her into thinking that was her grandma, even though she said, "You don't look like my grandma." They tried to trick
mesmerized her.
So we were literally shown what they do and what they're capable of doing. Granny tricked Megan into thinking that she knew her, that she was her grandma, even though she didn't look like her. She said, "You don't look like my grandma." It's just like this. He says, "Julie, don't you recognize me?" He wants her to think that she's somebody he knows, just like Granny wanted Megan to think she was her grandma. It's the same thing.
They want them to hesitate. They want Julie to hesitate so they can get her.
Yeah. So that drew her
kind
in.
of like Padre hesitated that 1 second. Like Father Cadre. They just want them to hesitate enough so they can do something.
Yeah, and he made Julie, by doing this, mesmerizing her, she walked towards him. She started walking towards him. They like to trick people and play games. Like Donna said, they like to hunt, they like to play. And Jasmine Monster told Kevin, "We know all your names." What more do we need to know? We don't need story walking as an explanation for this. It's already clear that he can know exactly what her name is and try to get in her head without story walking even coming into play at all. Do I think that she's going to be doing other things and we'll find out she was responsible for other things through story walking? Oh yeah.
Oh, all of it.
but I don't think that it's necessary that she met him. However, she could have, just because the monsters don't need this explanation for this to work. It doesn't mean that she didn't meet him. So if I'm not shooting down anybody's theory. If you think that happened,
if she story walks far enough back to the colonial village, these monsters might be in that colonial village.
Right.
You know, Smiley and the Pilgrim hat is what I'm waiting for.
Right. So it could have happened. I'm just saying it's not necessary
Yeah.
to explain it with story walking.
Well, I'm just saying she could have met them in human form before they became monsters if she story walks back far enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Jade on the sex bed.
Yeah. Um and
Oh, that's why they couldn't have. That's why they're having sex on the couch, because Jade was in the sex bed.
yeah. Samuel said we need to see more of the bride. Yeah, she's cool. She's very
Yeah.
creepy.
What's her story?
Yeah. Michael agrees that on Teen Boy Monster, that it doesn't need to be story walking to explain it. And Fatima addresses it. They try to get in your head. He used your name, didn't he? When talking to Julie, Fatima said that. So this is what they do. Fatima asked about it. So yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I think the bride also might stand for like couples, the whole marriage. There's so many marriage divorce stories going through this, and the couples that had children that they sacrificed and everything. It seems to be a metaphor of that.
Right.
There's no groom though. I don't think I've ever seen a groom. But maybe
No, I don't think there is. Zap said Fatima grows the best weeds, so she gets the room of her choice. Oh,
Yeah,
maybe that's
apparently
why.
so. Doesn't Donna say that?
Yeah, she does. So Jade, he's waking everybody up, yelling and screaming, get me out of here, and
Yeah.
threatening.
This is definitely Jade's episode all the way through. I love it.
Yeah, that's why it's one of my favorite episodes.
Yeah, me too.
So so he's freaking out, and Donna just basically lets him have it, like, shut the fuck up, and sorry, I'm usually more cordial, but not at this hour. She basically tells him that, and then
Yeah. My favorite line is like, "Oh, you're one of those," when he keeps talking about how important he is. Don't you know who I am?
Yeah,
Oh God, you're one of those.
He pulled that "Don't you know who I am" thing that we all love so much. That kind of person. So.
And it hasn't been Donna's first rodeo, I guess, with that.
No, it's not. She's definitely. I'm sure it's not the first person who's pulled that.
I want to point out something with this picture too, is that orange seems to be Boyd's color because the keychain that we saw, the boat keychain, was orange, and these beads that he likes a lot are also orange.
Right.
So I really associate the color orange with just Boyd.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what it means.
Mm-hmm. So he wakes up, and he looks outside at the box, and we know what that means. Watching the show for the first time, we didn't know yet. I like how they did this. Just making us wait and wonder what's going on with that weird rusty tin box out there. And
yeah, this one is kind of bookended too, like the one with Kenny cutting the trees, because we see the box and then we see the box at the end.
Yeah, it is kind of like that.
Yeah.
So sorry, I'm in a lot of pain. It's hard to think straight.
Okay.
Anyways, he's full of dread, knowing that he's gonna have to put Frank in the box, and he just looking at that thing, like he doesn't want to do it. It was never supposed to be used. It was meant to be a deterrent, and he didn't think he'd ever have to actually use it, but there it is. Now the day has come. So he goes and checks on Frank. Frank is just despondent, kind of resigned to his fate, the way he is. and I just feel so bad for Frank. He's not a bad person. He's human and flawed, and he didn't adapt well to this place. And it's like adapt or die, or someone you love will die, and that's exactly what happened. And it's not all his fault. His wife was also to blame for what happened.
It
Their
seems like
negligence.
the opposite thing happened to him and his family that happened to Tabitha and Jim. Like Tabitha and Jim grew stronger for a while at least, and it seems like when his family, Frank's family, came there, they grew apart.
Right.
Because he was talking about Christmas and stuff. It seemed like they had a good time, and then the marriage fell apart.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it's sad. It's really tragic what happened to this whole family. It is ridiculous that he and Lauren, his wife, both failed to just nail the damn doors shut. I mean, windows shut.
Yeah.
Like this all could have been prevented, and it didn't need to happen. But this place broke Frank. It broke Frank, and he didn't protect his family, which is it's devastating, and seeing him, accept responsibility for that. And he's he's
I like the actor too, because he was on what is Chromecast a lot. I think his last name is Munn. I think he's the mayor of Ottawa or someplace in Canada. He's at mayor of some city in Canada.
Yeah.
He's really funny. You should check out like What Is Fromcast. I'm hoping they're coming back, right? What is Fromcast?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't
Hope
know.
so.
Yeah, I liked him on that. I liked him. He had a great personality.
Yeah, it's really funny.
So
Speaking of funny.
yeah. So Jade, he's told the way this place works and what's going on here by Donna and Kenny, and he just cracks up laughing, like, uh, he thinks it's all a joke. Yeah, he starts cracking up, and he thinks that it's a giant escape room. He is just hilarious to watch in this episode. I loved his acting, and he's just a grade A asshole. And at the time, I really didn't like him at first, but until the end of the episode, he won me over, and now I just can't find him anything but hilarious, even when he's still an asshole. Even before his redemption arc, when he starts caring about people, this is all just comedy gold. And he's like, he just wanders off to start looking. He's like, where do I go? I'll just he thinks that he has to wander the town for clues on how to get out. So off he goes.
So did he have you at no, wait, Frank, don't go? Is that where he had you?
That was it. From then on, he was my favorite character. It was no, Frank, don't go. No. That was it. That was all it took. I was sold. So no, he goes off and see the colony house.
They love volleyball. They love volleyball there. And then he says something about that Italian sculptor. I forget the name of, because he has something that looks like the weird sculpture that's in the lawn.
He said that it's not by Giacometti, I believe.
Giacometti, Giacometti.
But it'll do. I assume Ellis made this. Ellis is an artist, and we saw him doing work with metal, welding stuff together in one of the episodes. So yeah, Ellis probably made this weird ass thing. He takes
that sculpture's been overanalyzed as well.
Oh
the
no,
different symbolology in it.
I don't think we should read too much. I'm a deep diver, but I don't see the need to read too much into this sculpture. I really don't. Like, it's interesting, but I don't think it's meant to be a gigantic clue, in my opinion. But that's me.
It's got a lot
and,
of hands. There's a lot of hands in it.
yeah, there are some hands. That's true. And
Does it
wheels.
mean a fan.
Yeah. Uh, then he steals poor Clara's bike.
So this is the first time we see Clara was here.
It is.
Not proto Clara, but actual Clara.
Yeah. Yeah. I love how happy he is. The smile as he's riding off on her bike, and she's just like, "Wait, what's happening? Look at his face and her face. Like, wait, what's happening?" And he's just so happy taking her bike. I really enjoyed that.
He thinks she's a non-player character that's hanging out.
Yeah, he does. He he thinks she's just
She's just there for him to get the bike.
Yep. So that'll forever be iconic. And I don't think to this day, I don't think she's gotten it back. I think he's still got it. He's probably still riding around town on it. We did see it. The bike later shows up like at least a few episodes later outside the Matthews house where the Lou house where Jade is staying. So he's still kept it. Even after he figured out it wasn't an escape room, it was outside the Lou house. He didn't even go back and give back her bike. What a dick.
No respect.
What a dick. Oh my god.
He's entitled, man.
Yep. So
hey, how long has the boy in white been standing outside this window?
I know.
All night?
What the hell? Like is this the same? I think this is the same day, right? Ethan is wearing the same pajamas.
Yeah.
So we picked up on the same day, I guess, as episode 2. No, wait.
Because it's been at nighttime.
No, wait a minute. No, there's been a day since then because
that kid's been standing out there for a long time.
Frank got put in the box, and this is the day after that. So, and this is literally the same shot that they already used. They could have at least used a different shot.
He wasn't in the box yet, though. He's in the jail.
Yeah, but this is the day after he got put in the box. So this is another appearance of the boy in white.
It's the day after?
Yeah, this is the day after. Wait, I'm confused. No, it was like I said originally. It's the same day.
Yeah.
It's the same
but there
day.
was a nighttime, though, because Tabitha woke up. So it's been the nighttime.
Yeah,
it seemed like Ethan saw this boy in white, and then everybody kind of went to bed.
Yeah,
and the boy in white has been standing out there all night, and now it's the morning, and the man in boy in white is still standing out there looking creepy.
For a second, I got mixed up because we watched episodes 3, 4, and 5. So I
didn't know that.
Yeah, because they just wanted to keep.
You can't do that, man.
They wanted to keep watching episodes, so I kept streaming. But we're gonna still do more watch parties for those episodes.
I've been trying to watch one episode at a time because I get that kind of From thing where I merge everything together. So I try to keep them separate.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen this enough that I can just watch.
I'm just saying it's been out there a long time.
Anyway, I think this is the same day, and he's still hanging out there. It's weird. He's still
nothing creepy about that.
Yeah. This is why I'm telling you, he is they want us to think he's evil and creepy.
Mm-hmm.
It's a misdirect.
Because evil creepy kids hang out just standing there for hours at a time. They don't take a food break or a bathroom break or a smoke break. They just stand there.
Yeah, they want us to be afraid of him, to think he's evil. So it's a misdirect, and I believed it for the first 2 seasons. I thought he was evil, but I truly believe it's a misdirect, and because from the very beginning they used this trope. It's a trope in horror of an evil little kid. Like, how many times have we seen that? Like a demon child. And
Mm-hmm.
from the first moment he appeared on screen, there was a creepy stinger, and he's watching Ethan from outside, and he does the shh gesture, and now he's still staring at him. And so we're being led to believe that he's evil from day one. But we've got to remember Julie's shirt said illusions on it. And we've got to take that as a message to us too, not just for the people in From. They have to deal with illusions and things not really being as they seem. Like the monsters, they look like friendly, smiling people, but they're actually monsters who will rip them apart. We also have to be careful and realize that things may not be as they seem on the surface with this show. I think I really think that they were trying to lead us to believe that he was evil with all this creepy shit, and in fact he is a helpful entity.
Mm-hmm.
And as we go through the rewatch, rather than go on and on about it, right now in every episode that he appears,
Yeah.
I'll point it out what is happening where it appears that he is helping. Um, and
I can't get this idea on my head that it could have been him standing there, and then it became nighttime, and somebody put a curtain over the window, and then in the morning they opened it up, and he's still in the same position.
yeah, I know.
Even with a curtain over the window, I'm still gonna stand here. And then you got this fog over here, like the moors or something's happening. That's kind of also spooky.
Right? Yeah, it's really foggy. So they're trying to give us this spooky feeling about this little kid, and in reality, I mean, in season 3, the show convinced me that he's actually helping. That he helped by kind of leading them slowly toward the answers, leading people toward the answers. Pushing Tabitha out of the lighthouse actually helped condition her um, to accept the reality that she was reincarnated. She met her husband from her past life. She saw artwork that she created in a past life. She got that story, and it helped her in her journey toward finding answers, which will in the end be essential to breaking the curse. She's got to find out. She had to find out her origins, and he tried to help Christopher. We saw in the flashback that he gave Christopher a bunch of information. Christopher flipped out, and he couldn't handle all that. Whatever it was he dumped on him, it was too much for his brain to deal with, and he snapped. So he told Victor, when Victor was about to chop down the tree, that I think it's best if you learn for yourselves. So he's doing things differently now than he did in previous cycles, because that didn't work. So he's trying to lead them slowly toward the answers. Now, what is he doing outside of Ethan's window? That's hard to explain. I do know what Victor said has got to be important. Victor tells Ethan he chose you. The boy in white chose you like he chose me once. That's why he appears to Ethan. So I think ultimately it's a sign that Ethan is essential, and so is Victor. They're somehow important to ending the cycle as well. Like they've got to be important. Ethan is like he's like our guide to how the whole place works. He has a deep connection to this place and an understanding of it. And he's full of insight, and I think it is because the boy in white chose him, and I think that's why Ethan went into that seizure when he got to town. And the boy in white has connected Ethan so deeply to the place and given him an understanding of how things work. And maybe this place needs, because it started with children getting sacrificed, maybe it needs insightful, smart young children to help break the cycle in the end. And Ethan is going to play a role in that in some way. Or it's possible that Ethan is going to become the man in yellow. I mean, that's another alternative, and the boy in white is here to confront his future rival. I don't know. I mean, it's just a thought. But yeah, either way, I think the writers put this in here to misdirect us into thinking he's evil, because it's creepy. It's clearly creepy, but it has to have some other meaning. I think Ethan is going to be important to how all of this ends, and that's why he's standing there looking at him, getting his attention.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just something that we're not going to be able to come up with a fully formed theory to explain yet, because the show hasn't given us enough concrete information about Victor, how Victor and Ethan, what it means to be chosen by the boy in white, what it means for Victor and Ethan to have been chosen, and what role they have that's so important to this place. We can only theorize, but we don't have a lot of hard evidence to go on. I think it's that, for one thing, children are really important to this place. Children's imaginations, hopes, dreams, fears, and they can manifest. I think they can manifest things. I think potentially Ethan might unconsciously be able to manifest things in this place, and Victor too. So,
it's a pineal gland.
huh?
I was saying, like, the pineal gland or whatever from Citronic.
Yeah.
Undeveloped pineal glands, or whatever it's called.
Right.
Pronouncing it wrong.
Yeah.
Brain.
Yeah, he is creepy. I'm with Alice, and somebody pointed out in our watch party chat, and I had forgotten that Jade said this about Ethan. I momentarily had forgotten that he once said, "You're a creepy little kid," you know that, to Ethan. He is,
because he is creepy.
Ethan is creepy. But
yeah, I have a list of really creepy things that Ethan's done.
but I'm with Alice. I'm sure she was referring to the boy in white who I had on screen, not Ethan. But Ethan's creepy too, and we were talking about that with her as well. Hi Dieter, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well tonight, or today for you. It's daytime in Belgium. I'm with Alice says, the boy in white is not worried about frightening a little kid. For me, it may be another proof that Ethan is not really a little kid. Interesting.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah. Very interesting stuff. Boy in white looking creepy as fuck. Yes, I'm not denying that. Amy. She says, if I had seen that, I would have put a blanket over the window, LOL. Right?
Yeah, I think the showrunners were trying to set everything to 11 in the beginning, like everything was so intense and everything's so creepy. And then as you go, you realize it isn't what it seems.
Yeah. Amy says, Jade wasn't wrong in trying to figure out how to get out. That's right. And Michael, Michael pointed out you have to assemble clues to solve a mystery and get out. So it is kind of like an escape room, and he does need to go around the town. He kind of does. That's the irony when he said, like, is this some kind of thing where I need to go around the town and look for clues? And the irony is, yes, he does have to go around town and look for clues on how to get out of here. I love that. Absolutely. So, and just going back up the comments a little bit more too. Bill said, see, Boyd's orange. So his orange shirt, symbolic meaning of orange centers on high vibrational energy, creative transformation, and secret fire, combining the physical passion of red with intellectual cheerfulness of yellow. Interesting. Yeah, I like the color symbolism stuff there. Samuel says Frank was neglectful, but he was a victim in this place too. 100%. 100%. Amy said nobody should have gone in the box. They should have helped him get sober. And Samuel agreed. Sentence Frank to community service or something. Yes. So we were talking about that in the watch party too. Like Frank has alcoholism, which is a disease, and he didn't deserve that kind of penalty. Now, granted, in the end, he puts himself in the box. They don't do it. He puts himself there. But they shouldn't have let him do it, in my opinion. He was, I don't know if I can say the word without the stream getting pulled, but he wanted to end his own life. Yeah. He was waddle.
Yes.
The certain words trigger
Disturbed.
you trigger YouTube. So
Yeah.
I'm not going to say the S word there, but
Mhm.
he didn't want to live anymore without his family, and he just wanted to go be with them. That's somebody who needs help. They shouldn't have let him go in the box. That was like ending his own life by doing that on purpose, like hanging himself. Like it was
Yeah.
basically in lieu of that, and they shouldn't have let him
Mhm.
do it. And he needed support, and Boyd gave him an alternative, but I don't like that either. Boyd Boyd gives
Living out in
him
the woods.
yeah, he gives him a talisman and says, "Go out. You can go out and make whatever life you can out in the woods."
Hmm.
Sorry, but I don't like that either. That isolation, living alone with a talisman in the woods after he lost his whole family. There should have been consequences for what he did, but not that. Like maybe yes, sentence him to community service. They need other penalties in this place other than something so draconian. And
Yeah.
like they could lock people up in the sheriff's station. They do have a room there.
Mhm.
They need other penalties if someone commits a lesser crime other than
Yeah.
just capital punishment, for God's
Yeah.
sake.
They only have like if you kill somebody, that's it.
Doesn't anyone ever do anything else that's wrong that should be a crime that needs,
Yeah.
like, it's death or banishment or nothing else? Like
I don't
those are
know.
the only two things that
I
they'll
guess.
do. Yeah. So hey Jen, nice to see you, Jen the teacher.
Hey,
Hope
Jim.
you're doing well. Hey Kimberly, hope you're doing well too. Nice to see you. Um so 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 Tabitha talks to Ethan and she tells him, uh, well, wait a minute. Is this the scene where I forget what she addresses with him at this moment? Let me get my notes. Um, let me grab my note.
Breakfast. Hobo eggs.
Oh yeah, yeah. She
You
tells
want
him
hobo
that
eggs?
they're gonna have hobo eggs for breakfast.
I don't know
Um,
what those are. Did we ever figure out what those are?
no, we didn't. We didn't. Um, but yeah, so he was disappointed that they don't have like they were she wasn't sure if they had like pancakes or something. But
Got
then
oatmeal.
yeah. Um
Yeah.
then when she leaves, he looks back out the window and there's the boy in white's creepy ass still staring at him.
Oh yeah.
I find the look on Ethan's face kind of interesting. He's not remotely scared. Look at his face. He kind of has this odd knowing look on his face.
Hmm.
This calm knowing look, like not what the hell's going on? Who is that? Why is he staring at me? This is weird. And he doesn't tell anybody about him because the boy in white shushed him. He did that. And he doesn't tell, even when Julie asked him in episode 2, what are you looking at? He said nothing. So
Hmm.
he listened to the boy in white. He didn't tell anybody that he sees him, not even his mom. And he doesn't seem to remotely scared. And I find that very interesting. And I think it could be just because the boy in white made a psychic connection with him already. He chose him, and I think he caused Ethan's seizure to happen, and the vision that he had when he woke up. He said that he saw all the pictures on the wall that Victor was drawing, and he saw the lake of tears, and the spider came down from the ceiling and all that. And I think ultimately maybe that vision that'll actually mean something later, and he'll put some pieces together. But at the very least, I think it shows that this place has given him some kind of clairvoyant ability, because he knew that Victor was drawing the whole Matthews family and saw all the pictures in his vision. I think the boy in white was responsible for that, and I think it's why Ethan is so wise throughout this whole series, and he knows how things work. He knows how story walking works. How he just tells Julie, this is how it is. You can't change a story that's already been told. You can only visit chapters. And I believe that knowledge all came from the boy in white, and he's wise beyond his years because of that. And then the boy in white waves at him. He wants to be his friend. It's clear that he's trying to win his trust and connect with him in the way that he did with Victor. And now Victor later tells Ethan when he first saw the boy in white. But here's the weird thing. He says two different stories. He gives two different versions of this. At one point, he says that he first saw the boy in white like after the two cars came. He said it was, I believe that's the first explanation he gives, that after the two cars came, which I think is misleading wording because I think Victor was in one of those two cars and he just doesn't remember. Sounds like he wasn't in one of those cars when he says that, right? But
yeah.
So he tells Ethan that he first saw the boy in white after the two cars came. But then in season 3, he tells him that he saw the boy in white, or like what I think who does he tell? Sarah? I think it was Sarah, where he says that the boy in white, he saw him after the massacre, after like that was when he first saw him, I think. Somebody in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe he changes his story for some reason. I know he has really bad memory, so it's probably just that. So when was it? Was it after the massacre? We saw the flashback he later has of the massacre aftermath, and he comes out of the bunker and he sees the boy in white then. Was that really the first time he saw him? He also beckons to Victor then and waves at him from the merry-go-round where all the dead bodies are strewn about. And maybe that was also his first contact with the boy in white. But if that's the case, that's weird, because things tend to repeat themselves a little more closely than that. And I feel like he should have made contact with the boy in white after he arrived, not after the massacre. You know, like,
yeah,
it should match up like that. But yeah, like Victor said the boy in white was his only friend in season 3. He said he was his only friend for a long time. And I really believe that that's how he survived. The boy in white, through his powers, he helped Victor survive all alone like that, because we know he needed help. And he was his friend, and I think he was waving and smiling on the merry-go-round because he was trying to distract Victor from the dead bodies, not because he was enjoying the carnage. And like, now he's trying to befriend Ethan. He wants to win his trust. And I think it's for a good purpose. I think it's because, like, ultimately this place wouldn't even exist if it wasn't for the sacrifice of children. And in the end, I think children have to play an important role in ending all of this. And the boy in white, I believe, wants to end the cycle of suffering. And he needs a child to help with that somehow. And Ethan is going to be that child, like he tried with Victor before. That's what I think. He's choosing them to help end the cycle. What do you think, Scarlet?
What if it's a fight between the boy in white and like the man in yellow, which would be Ethan in the future, and they're fighting over him? Or it could be, it might not be. I mean, Ethan might not be the man in yellow, what we all know he is, but if
yeah,
but it could be if they're two entities and Ethan isn't one of them. Maybe they're like, he's making a play to get him on side good, and then maybe we're gonna see later that the man in yellow or somebody tries to get him on team bad.
Right.
Once he gets a little bit more creepy, because he's going through a dark phase in season 3. So
yeah,
talking about wanting to see the insides of people, and even like early on, he had that torso picture. And he's like, "Where do you organize this?" And it's like, "Oh God."
I know, right? Hey, Scarlet, I'll be right back. Just a minute. Just keep on expounding on that. I'll be right back.
Okay. So what I'm doing, what I'm like doing from, is I'm actually making bingo cards for school spirits, because I want to, like, it's a mystery show, and I'm trying to see if I can't like put different things that could happen in the final of school spirits and different bingo things. Everything simple from, like, you know, the soundtrack that slaps to, like, they find Simon, they don't find Simon, etc. If you know, you know. I'm not gonna do any spoilers to this thing. So I'm drawing those. You know, we should probably make like a From Bingo too. From Bingo would be really fun. I was trying to think of games. Speaking of games, you know, because of From is basically based on games, that we could have like maybe some From Bingo with people's different theories and then check them off if they have in the episode. But I can look into chat and see what's going on here. I had to take off my glasses. But if you guys want to do From Bingo, I'd be like totally keen on doing From Bingo. I just had to come up with some ideas for the different squares. So let's see here. We got Creepy Boy in White. Let me think about Boy in White here, because Boy in White is not becoming Teen in White slowly because From is changing. So I wonder where that puts him. And I wonder if he can age, if he's able to be defeated, if he's not like really a spirit or a ghost, if he's aging. But those are my thoughts on that. And let's see. Yeah, I mean, he's wearing, yeah, like Amy, what you're saying, he's wearing white like the other kids being sacrificed, but his clothes are clean. Because there's a lot of that going on with the man in yellow too, because the showrunners were like, yeah, we saw this guy that was dancing on the side of the road, and he had this pristine yellow suit on, and he was dancing, and then the man in yellow was soiled, you know. And now he's like, unhappy, and he's angry, and he's like, his suit has dirt all over it. And then the opposite happens with the Boy in White, because the Boy in White is presented here as clean, whereas the Akui kids, they have soiled and damaged clothing. So I don't know if those two things are, running along the same lines of each other. It's kind of spitballing. Let's see. I think that Victor's still being alive with Ethan now, and the cycle is making all the changes happen, the trees, the seasons. Yeah, what's really funny about like the trees? Because in this, I think it's in this episode, is it not in this episode, where Victor is measuring to see if the trees move? And then there was that thing later on in the season where people theorized that when Boyd and Sarah are in the woods, that it's not the tent that moves, but it's the trees that move. So I'm not really sure if I'll like that move. Yeah, Jen, yeah, you got me right. I'm not just talking because it's really, I mean, I'm drinking an energy drink here, but I'm also trying to get, cook a little bit. And so yeah, I think, I mean, to answer your like statement, it's like, yeah, I think so too. I think he might be making all the changes happen with the trees and the seasons and the aging, the teenage aging of the, I don't know what they're going to do with Ethan. What do you guys think they're going to do with Ethan? You think you're going to get stranded in story walking so he can age a little bit, or? I mean, are they just going to keep on putting Ethan in bigger jackets and just act like he's still the same age? Or do you think they're going to do something with the Boy in White that kind of age him up, like supernaturally or something like that? I'd love to know.
Puberty in White.
Would you like to play From Bingo sometime? Because I'm thinking of coming up with a bingo strategy.
That would be fun.
I'm coming with one for the School Spirits finale, because there's a lot of questions. So I'm going to put, a bunch of us a watch party. If they want to play in the watch party, I'll just make bingo cards and we can knock out things as they happen.
Yeah.
And I mean, it could apply to From too. We could guess and theorize what's going to happen and then tick them off, check them off, not tick them off. Well, British say tick, but anyway.
Right.
As we go and see if anybody gets a bingo.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be cool. I would like that. So so I see some responses to what we were talking about before. Michael said that Victor said the two cars happened when he wasn't much older than Ethan because it was him and Miranda when he came as a kid. He did say that he saw the boy in white after the massacre. Unclear if it was the first time. Did he say that the boy in white chose him, but unclear whether before the massacre or after? I mean, his memory is so foggy that it's hard to say. Like he just um, so he's all over the place, and obviously he remembered seeing the boy in white talking to Christopher in season 3, so obviously he saw him before the massacre. But I was pointing out how he's said different things about when he first saw the boy in white, and I'm just wondering what the circumstances were, like, was it like this? I think it had to have been shortly after he arrived in town, just like with Ethan. I don't think it was after. Obviously we know it wasn't after because he saw him talking to Christopher, but I think it was way before the massacre, like shortly after he arrived. Michael said, or maybe he said it was the massacre that happened when he was Ethan's age. Either way, both were around the same time. Yeah, I don't think they were even there that long before it happened. Scarlet, there you are. Let's see, and well, Amy says, boy in white is wearing white like the other kids being sacrificed, but his clothes are clean, meaning he didn't get sacrificed, in my opinion. I agree. I think I like Michael's theory on what the boy in white, where the boy in white came from, or like what he is. I like the idea that he is the avatar of the bottle faraway tree, like the living embodiment, or like, yeah, like a visual living embodiment of it, and he represents that, and he was created by that. I really like that theory a lot. And he's the representative of the children. I think he's trying to help them and free their souls. I really believe that. He didn't want that tree chopped down, and that tree was created by the hope of the children who were dying. According to Victor, in his memory, he said that the boy in white told Christopher that the children, who they were laid out on the stones, and they poured their hope into the roots, which became the tree. That means they created that bottle faraway tree, and it represents their hope and a way to help break this cycle, and and end this curse, and bring somebody back to save them, or their souls. And so it makes sense to me that he could be an avatar of that tree, like a little child that, that was never actually a human being, but he just looks like a child, and he's an avatar of that. The more I think about that, I think that fits, and like, and look at him. He doesn't. The clothes are not really period correct to fit with what the Ankui kids were wearing. He looks like he's wearing a tennis outfit to me. So so the idea that he's an 8th kid who was supposed to get sacrificed but didn't, it doesn't work for me. I don't know. I don't think his clothes are right for that. I love that idea, but I don't know. I don't think his clothes fit that.
He looks kind of 50s.
Yeah, perhaps.
Cult clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bill
Like
said
that.
clean camp, religious, or cult clothes. It does kind of look like that. Jen says, I think that the Victor still being alive with Ethan now in this cycle is making all the changes happen. The trees, the seasons, and the boy in white aging. Right. That's interesting. I like that. I like that idea. Like, Victor was supposed to die with the others, and that was an anomaly, maybe. I don't know. I kind of think that maybe in every cycle there was a lone survivor who was left to tell the tale to everyone else with a really stunted memory and fucked up memory. But yeah, you never know. let's see. Jen said, yes, Scarlet, bingo cards are awesome. Your bingo card for school spirits has awesome questions.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Jen.
that would be fun. So, yeah, Victor has changed his story because he's forgotten a lot. Yeah. Oh, I know he saw the boy in white, but yeah, the question is when, and I think it's got to be shortly after he arrived, like Ethan. Sonic said, Billy, you give Victor a can of peaches and he got photographic memory all of a sudden. Maybe the peaches bring back his memory. Amy, or maybe they were suppressing his memory. You know what? Because after the peaches ran out, all of a sudden he started remembering things. Maybe the peaches were there to like to fog it up. I don't think so. A lot of people who thought Donna was the mole or think Donna's the mole think she was giving him peaches to like drug him or something like that. But I don't think
LG peaches.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't want Victor cutting down hope, Amy. Exactly. I think the tree represents hope. Oh, Koala T. Hey, Koala T reacts in the chat. Brian, you're up kind of late. Brian doesn't keep the kind of hours we do. Koala T, he does early morning lives and I often miss them because of that. But yeah, you're up late. Thanks for popping in the chat. He's such an awesome guy and so supportive. This is so cool. Tony was in the chat earlier, and now Koala T. Just it's awesome to just see content creators who I respect so much and who inspire me so much pop in to show some support. It really means the world to me. Thank you so much. It really means so much, and it's trippy. I've had a channel for only a year and a half, and it's just surreal that people who are just such pros and killing it and so successful at what they do, like that they even would notice me at all, means a lot. And you guys just inspire me. Tony and Koala T, they're so kind, and the way they uplift other content creators instead of tearing them down is exactly how you should do things. And just be a kind human being with a big heart. We need more people like that in this world. And Brian is constantly uplifting other content creators and plugging their merch, and it's just amazing to see. You inspire me so much, the way you grind. And if I wasn't so physically disabled, I would be doing a lot more, because you do inspire me a lot, Brian. And I wish I could do more. I've been leveled by my pain condition in the last few years, and so I'm unfortunately not grinding as much as I want to be. I've had to cut down on channel content, but I'm not giving up. I'm still going to keep doing what I can. I'm going to be putting out theory videos from season 4 in the next month or so. Like it's like a little under 2 months that we have now, and I'm going to be doing theory videos and a lot of live streams, and I'm going to try to juggle that and enough self-care. It's not easy, but I'm going to try my best. It's hard. It's really hard, but I'm going to do what I can. And everybody check out Koala T Reacts channel if you haven't seen it. If you're into hip hop culture and you love humorous reactions and just having a great time talking about the latest in hip hop news and music, go over to his channel. Seriously, you will not regret it. He's my favorite hip hop content creator by far. He is the best. He is the best. Anyway, Sonic. Oh, thanks, Sonic. I'm not sure what point I made because I've been rambling, but thank you. Brian said, "Yes, I'm up editing while my girl at the bar shaking my head." Oh, okay. Oh, man, is it? I hope there isn't trouble in paradise. I hope everything's cool. But yeah, you're grinding. I respect the hell out of what you do. It's so impressive and so inspiring, and I just want to be like you. I want to be churning out content like you do. I got to find a way to do it and also take good care of myself. I haven't figured out a way to balance the two. When I go crazy and I grind really hard, I hurt myself and I wind up in way too much pain. So I'm gonna figure out a way to do this. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Jen. I really appreciate the love. I love you guys so much. You are my true family. Uh, I mean, I met my soulmate because of this channel and this family, and I made the best friends I have ever had in my life. My soulmate Carl, my amazing friends Scarlet and Doc, and so many wonderful people. I can't even begin to express how grateful I am from this amazing show that brought me this wonderful family. I just love you guys. Brian says, "Yeah, Julie, I'm regular. Your spirit is what movie to your channel. I know you go through a lot. I appreciate everything you do and never do more than you can. We all love you. You're a celeb." Oh, that means so much. Thank you so much for the kind words. I've been feeling really bad about myself. Like I'm a failure and I'm wasting my potential because I can barely survive every day with the amount of pain I'm in. It's gotten a lot worse in the last year. Even just the year before that too. It's debilitating. So I feel like shit. I want to be doing a lot more. I have so many ideas for content, and I want to be doing more streams and be reliable about it. I don't want to be canceling and postponing all the time because of pain. But I was hurting myself when I was doing those marathon streams, and I gotta take better care of myself. So anyway, Bill, no, thanks. Yeah, thanks for that advice. And I think I gotta remember that. Appreciate the small wins and the single steps. I've got to learn how to do that. It's not easy. It is not easy. Brian said, "Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. The editing is going pretty smooth, and no, me and my girl are good." Oh, good. I was just kidding you. I figured it's okay. Just taking advantage of content while she's gone. Well, there you go. That's maximizing your time. I know being in a relationship can definitely make it hard sometimes. You got to fit in enough time for your significant other. And I have that now, and that's new. But the main barrier is my pain. Motivating us is a win. Well, I'm trying to appreciate those wins. Kimberly says, "Preach it, Julie. Such a wonderful community, and please don't let the negative thoughts overpower you." You're an amazing person, as in Handmaid's Tale. Don't let the bastards grind you down. That is the best. I love that motto from Handmaid's Tale. Yeah, I've got to remember that, and whoever it was who unsubscribed to my channel just because I postponed a live stream is one of those bastards who kind of depressed me last week. I was like, really? I postponed a live stream and I immediately saw my sub count go down. It was like, really? It took me so long to get to 1.95k and I saw it go down to 1.94 again. Come on. I'm so close to 2k and I can't seem to get there, but it's just, yeah, it's the pain that's getting in the way of grinding enough to try to get there. 49 days. Oh, is that how long we have until From premieres? Oh, that's amazing. God, 49 days, and we have how many more episodes left to break down in this rewatch, Scarlet? Oh my God, we have a lot to do. That's so we've got, see, 10, 20, 27. 27 more episodes we have to break down before the new season. 27 episodes, and we only have 49 days. Plus, we've got to do live streams on the full trailer when it comes out. So, oh my God, we got our work cut out for us. The Testaments is coming soon. Cool, AA. I'll definitely cover that show when it comes out. Brian says, yes, definitely take better care for sure. I'm sorry about everything you're going through. but you have a lot of people that know you, Julie. You did take advantage. I'm so happy about your channel. Oh, thank you. Wow. Thank you so much. You know, it's weird timing that you happen to pop in the chat, Brian, tonight, because I've just been having an emotional time, and earlier I was literally crying on the stream. I was crying and then kicking myself for doing that. Like, it's so unprofessional. And I was crying because of how much pain I'm in, and how I don't know how much more I can take. And then Brian, who I've never seen in the chat at this late hour, and I know you get up early. The fact that you're in the chat now, someone who inspires me so much, just feels like meant to be. Kind of just a shot in the arm I needed. So thank you so much for that. Seriously, I'm not even exaggerating. That's amazing. I feel uplifted now. Okay, now I'm in enormous pain as we speak. I'm in horrible pain, but somehow I feel slightly better now at this moment. Anyway, so getting back to the breakdown, where we left off here, you know what's interesting in this moment? This is another thing I think that was meant to scare us about the boy in white. He goes from smiling and waving to a mean mug at Ethan. His smile disappears.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I had forgotten about this until this rewatch. That's interesting. His smile disappears. Why? Why does that happen? I mean, at the end of the day, my answer is still the same. They were trying to fake us out into thinking he's evil. I really believe that. The writers were trying to fake us out, and maybe it's just like, hey, here, I'm trying to be your friend and win your trust, but like, look, kid, now that I've got your attention, this shit is serious. Like, this place is no joke. This is not just fun and games. I need you to play an important part in this. And he gets serious. I don't think that means he's evil. I still don't. My position remains the same. Scarlet, any thoughts on why his face changed?
The boy in white is a boy of many moods.
Yeah.
Mercurial, perhaps. I don't know.
Right.
Maybe he's like, sometimes, depending on the person, he's like happy to help, and sometimes maybe not. Because I think that Victor's really upset that they're not friends anymore.
Yeah.
I wonder what happened there.
Right. I wonder. So yeah, it's interesting. This whole scene is, I think, this first connection with the boy in white that Ethan made, it's fascinating, and we've got to really examine every detail and contemplate it, because again, the writers did say that they planted clues. I've heard even in the first 3 episodes. So this one counts too.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's really important that we pay attention and we look at it under a microscope. These first 3. But as much as the evidence looks damning for the boy in white based on these first 3 episodes, I still believe that he's a helpful entity. I'm just gonna throw Koala T's link in the chat here before we move on here. Let's see, Koala T reacts, and then there's his channel link right there in case anybody wants to check that out. Seriously, you will not regret it. And so let's go to the chat before I keep going. Kimberly says, I also think the boy in white is disappointed that his side keeps losing and evil keeps winning, so he is upset. 100%. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. So he's upset, and he was pissed in season 3 that that Victor was about to chop down the tree. You know, he looked angry. He looked angry in that moment because he's frustrated that this keeps happening over and over again. I'd be frustrated and look angry. Oh, Samuel says shopping while listening. Oh, cool. Thanks for listening, Samuel. Appreciate it. Crazy dude was breaking glass bottle tricks on the floor. Cops got called. Oh no, Jesus. Oh, you're getting a
Nice.
show. You're getting a show of your own over there while listening to this show. Bill says boy in white is a figment or illusion, dream, fantasy, daydream, vision, delusion, hallucination, phantasm. I don't know. I mean, it could be. Those are a lot of options. I think he asked AI, and that's what the AI said. Interesting. Okay. Amy said, so she said he's communicating telepathically. So you think in this moment he's communicating with Ethan? Maybe so. He might be. Because she said it showed the boy in white pointing and talking, but his lips never moved. Yes, he did that with Sarah. He told her, something like, get in the tree, you'll be safe. When she and Boyd were out in the storm, and he told her telepathically to get into the faraway tree, you'll be safe. That's a great point. We've got to remember that he can speak telepathically to certain people who are tapped in to this place. And Ethan and Sarah are both tapped in. They both have seizures, which is definitely a marker of being tapped in. And so, yeah, that's a great point. He's probably able to speak telepathically with Ethan as well, since he did that with Sarah. Oh, I love that, Amy. That's an excellent point. Bill said the boy in white in puberty has a lot of hormones going on, temper tantrums. Yeah, that could be too. He's growing, he's changing. He got older. Now we know that in reality, the actor got older, so the writers had to find some way to address that. So he's like, the whole place is changing. He told Victor's like, you're bigger, or you look different or something, and he's like, everything's changing. Yeah, the seasons
Becoming
are
a man,
changing.
Victor.
Yeah, he's yeah. So they just wrote that in because they had to somehow address how much older
I'm
he
wondering
is.
if they're going to do something similar with Ethan, or they're just going to let it ride and just get really big jackets.
Yeah, I think that with Ethan, they're just gonna do that. Just get giant jackets and try to disguise his height and do like camera tricks and only have him stand next to short people. Like that's what they'll have.
Yeah.
Yeah, like in Dunk and Egg, he's actually Dunk is not as tall as his character is supposed to be, so they put like all the shortest people next to him in shots and things like that. Like, they do all kinds of tricks when they need to. Sarah said the boy in white is not a little boy. Yes, she said he's not a boy. That's right. That's a great point. He did say that. She did say that. He's not what he appears to be. Illusions. Remember Julie's shirt? Illusions. He's an illusion too. He is not what he seems. Amy says, didn't Ethan later say the boy in white told him stuff, but we never see them interact? I don't think so. Not that I can recall. Yeah, I don't think so. So we never see them interact, and I think that's odd. I want to see them actually interact. When I interviewed Simon Webster, who plays Ethan, he said he hopes that happens and they get some scenes together. It's weird. Amy said Ethan said the boy in white talks to him and tells him things. Did he say that? Maybe I'm misremembering. I might be. She said I asked ChatGPT. It said he did. That does sound kind of familiar now. That when he said, yeah, he tells me things. That sounds familiar. AA said maybe the boy in white is a younger version of the man in yellow. Could be. I've heard that theory, and it's possible. I think that they're opposing entities. I really believe that they're opposing entities, and at the end of the day, it's going to be a fight between them, the boy in white trying to end the cycle and save the children's souls and everyone else, and the man in yellow trying to keep it going. But it's possible. You never know with this show. Hey there, Brick. It says he did. He says he did. Okay. Well, as we go through this rewatch, I'm going to make a note of everything like that comes up, and what episode it is where he tells him that. I mean, where Ethan tells someone that boy in white speaks to him. Interesting. Okay. He only appeared to yell in the rain. Yeah, in the rain, he didn't actually speak out loud. He just telepathically talked to Sarah. And he said, "What if the boy in white is story walking from his time?" That could be. I like that theory. It's interesting. I've heard people suggest that too. Jen says Ethan says that later this season. Oh, okay, and it probably is telepathic. I bet it's telepathic. But he doesn't say that, obviously. He doesn't specify that. Bill says the boy in white is 99% mine. Season 1, episode 2, The Way Things Are Now. That's when Ethan tells his parents he saw a boy dressed in white who spoke to him after the crash. He says the boy gave him information. And it's not episode 2, because we just covered that episode, and he definitely didn't say that yet. Episode 2 is when he first sees the boy in white outside, and now we're in episode 3, and he's still looking at him, and he hasn't told anybody yet. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see when it comes up. Sometimes AI can be wrong about certain details. AI gets things wrong sometimes. It's not perfect. Anyway, so moving on.
AI can be wrong a lot of the time, so don't use it.
Yeah, just be careful with AI, because sometimes it can be wrong. So yeah,
every time I type in something, it gives me something weird. Like I typed in school spirits, and it gave me just like, this is how you get school spirit in high school. And I'm like, you're wrong.
Yeah.
You're stupid.
Anyway, if we're only 12 and a half minutes into a 54-minute episode, yikes. So we better
okay, let's get cracked.
Yeah, you're cutting in and out a bit. I don't know if you moved to a different spot, but you're cutting in and out a lot at the moment. Hold on, I gotta just plug in my phone. Let's see. So in this scene, so we're at the diner now, and behind Mrs. Liu, there are some lines of poetry, and this one, and they're both from Emily Dickinson. And this one, they're from two different Emily Dickinson poems. I think this one says, "And sings the tunes without the words and never stops at all." Oh, so no. This is from Hope. Hope is, what is it? Hope is the Thing with Feathers. So it's a poem by Emily Dickinson called "Hope is the Thing with Feathers," and it's featured in the diner on these two boards. The one on the left, which we can't see in this shot, but later it appears. The one on the left says, "Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul, and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all." And then at the end of this, it says, "Forever is composed of nows." That's another poem by Emily Dickinson. And so it's odd that it's there at the end of this, when they're two different poems, but it's placed there definitely for a reason. I think that this poem these two poems, the references to these two poems are supposed to give us a clue as to themes of the show. And obviously hope is a really important theme. I think that hope versus fear is an essential theme of this show. The hope of the Ankui children, those dying sacrificed children, their hope versus the fear that this place feeds on. That the man in yellow wants to keep this place going so he can feed, in my opinion, this is my opinion here, the man in yellow or the evil entity, whatever, if you think that there's an entity above him, it feeds on fear. And it wants this cycle to continue so that it can keep doing that forever. And the boy in white, or a helpful entity, if you will, if you don't believe it's the boy in white, wants this to stop. The Ankui kids obviously want it to stop. And, the hope of those dying kids, the hope is what created the faraway bottle tree. That's what we learned in season 3. Their hope created that tree. And I think their hope is helping to bring certain people to town. I think that there's a helpful entity, in my opinion, the boy in white, representing the children, who's bringing certain people to town to help try to end the cycle and break this curse for forever. And so hope is the thing with feathers. That makes sense to me to put that here. It's like a reminder to the residents not to give up hope. At the end of season 2, Ghost Abby tried to convince Boyd to give up hope. And she claimed that this place feeds on hope. She said, it's not your fear that feeds the forest, Boyd. It's hope. I don't believe that. I believe that she was just trying to do anything and say anything she could to get him to give up hope and not smash the music box and end the cicada threat, the cicada entity threat. She said that they're all just gonna, if they don't die today, they'll just die tomorrow. They'll just die another day. They're all gonna die screaming. And she wanted him to give up. Hope is the thing that they need to hold on to. I don't believe that this place feeds on hope. I think that everything she said was a lie from the evil entity, the big bad, trying to make him just quit and accept the inevitable. They're all just going to die. And if he hadn't smashed the music box, I really believe everybody would have died. And I'm going to be putting out a theory video as soon as I can write it and get it together on what I think happened regarding the cicada entity. I believe that that's what happened. That's what killed everybody in 1978. That cicada entity was unleashed in the same kind of way in 78. And in that case, fear won over hope. And whoever needed to smash the music box in that case didn't. They listened to this evil entity and they gave up hope, didn't smash the music box, and everybody died. And that's why everybody all of a sudden is dead, laying in the street. We know that the monsters, now I know I'm on a tangent, but I'll just wrap it up with this. We know that the monsters like to display bodies. And when Tom died by being crushed by a house, and the monster, he was under the house, and then the monster attacked him and killed him. They dragged his body out from under the house and laid it out in the street for everybody to find and see. And I'm convinced everybody died due to the cicada entity in 1978. Fear won over hope. And the monsters dragged all the bodies out into the street. That's why they're all laying in the street for young Victor to find and traumatize him as much as possible for him to find. And yeah, it's all about hope versus fear. And that's why this poem is here. And they all need to hold on to hope. Fatima is a beacon of hope. In the previous episode, she said that if you climb up high enough, even a nightmare can look like a dream. And this place is trying to break her spirit because she gives people hope. People who are spiritual keep getting killed off because they give people hope. Father Khatri got killed. Tilly got killed. She held a prayer circle in season 2. And now a new girl is coming to town who is a pastor's daughter. That's another thing that can give people hope. Religion is one source of hope. And people like that get targeted. So she better watch her back. So that's my long meandering rant on that, on why this poem, Hope is a Thing with Feathers, is up here on the board. And it never gives up. It's the way the poem goes, it's the way these people have to live, you know. Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all. It never stops no matter what happens. It's in the soul. And if you hold on to it, you know, you can survive even in the darkest of places. And that's up on this board for a reason. And I think it's a signal to us, one of the major themes of the show, and how one way they can defeat this entity is by not giving up hope. And that's how Boyd defeated the cicada entity, by not giving up hope. And then forever is composed of nows. That could be, I mean, we know that time travel is happening in this show now, so that could be a reference to that. You know, forever versus now. I mean, is there much of a difference? It's like time is not a linear thing. And they're trapped in a cycle, in an eternal cycle. If nobody breaks this and makes it end, then yeah, forever is composed of nows. Forever is basically the way people are suffering is the way they're going to continue suffering, and they're all going to continue to be trapped here eternally. So yeah, interesting the way that they stuck this in here. And they put it up here, so it's hard to see, but obviously Eagle-eyed From fans caught it, and they've enhanced the images better than I have here so that people were able to read it. This one is actually a little sharper, so you can see the words a little bit better. Now, Kenny and his mom here, his mom broke a glass, which is a callback to Sarah and her broken glass story in the previous episode. The broken glass
Maybe
represents
Kenny's mom is the girl with the broken glass.
Yeah.
Trying to put it together, and it cuts her.
Yeah. It's interesting how they did this. I really like that. It's a reference to that that analogy about the girl with the broken glass, and she has all these pieces, but she knows they used to resemble something, but she can't remember what, and she keeps trying to put them back together, but she cuts herself, and the cuts just go deeper and deeper, and she bleeds. And I think it represents Sarah, and then look what happens. Kenny's mom cuts herself on it, and it cuts her. It's like Sarah. It's symbolic of Sarah, what she just did, getting her husband killed. Sarah, the broken glass girl, cut her really deeply. So that here you can see hope is the thing with feathers a lot better. You can see it clearly there on the wall. Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul. Kenny tries to help her pick up the glass, but she won't accept help, and he talks to her about the loss of his dad, and he knows that she feels responsible because they put him in that place, and for his protection they put him in the clinic, and and he says, even, she says, if I were there last night, and he cuts her off and says, even if you were there, it wouldn't have changed anything. You couldn't help him anyway. So yeah, it's really sad. But there's Sarah watching. She's the broken glass who just cut her, and there she is, responsible for it, and she comes and fittingly helps clean it up. She's trying to put the pieces back together, but you can't, because you can't bring him back from the dead, this man who you got killed. I don't think Sarah is evil or anything. I know she's just traumatized, and she thought that she was helping and doing what's best for everyone so that they could all go home. So it's just a tragic situation. Amy said, I asked again, it said episode 3 now. Yeah, sometimes it hallucinates. Sometimes AI hallucinates. It's seriously, look it up. It'll say that. Football Affinity says, I still think Boy in White is good, but I can't deny part of me thinks he can be the man in yellow grown up. Okay. Tilly was a wild ride. I could swear she was a mole if there was one. Yeah, me too. I was kind of on that I was on that bandwagon for a while. I thought Tilly might have been up to something. But
I was going to speak to the Boy in White thing that people say, white turns to yellow over time.
Right. That's true.
Like an old book.
That's true. Yeah, Michael, that ornament that Sarah, I would never forget that ornament that Sarah has, that her brother made her, and then Kenny smashes it. She tries to put it back together. That also is a metaphor for herself. She's like that broken ornament. So again, they're driving home that metaphor that she's broken. They're kind of hitting us over the head with it, frankly. But that's, and then she puts it back together, and when she glues it back together, it has a hole where the heart should be. It's a really beautiful metaphor for her, for herself. And when she tried to put it back together, she gets the overwhelming voices talking about Fatima. Yeah. Maybe that's because that ornament was like, how certain objects seem to be kind of enchanted in this place. And that ornament, she got it from Nathan, her brother. So maybe that ornament, since Nathan was killed there, now that, like Victor buried all those objects that belong to the people who died. The Boy in White told him to do it. Maybe it's because if you mess with those ornaments, or not ornaments, but if you mess with those objects, those special objects that belong to the people who died, weird shit would happen. Like, who knows? It seems like those like each person has a special totem, a special thing connected to them, and it might take you to a certain place. If you get in a faraway tree, it might take you to like that person's hometown or something. Like, it, who knows what it could do. And in the case of this ornament, when she touched it, she did get a crazy episode where she heard the voices screaming in her head and saying Fatima had been kidnapped and whatnot. So yeah, I hadn't thought of that until just now, but that ornament triggered it for a reason. I think maybe that was because it was connected to Nathan and it was his special object. Yeah. Sarah has been chosen. She's been chosen to play a special role, that's for sure. So anyway, so moving on, we have this scene where Victor it's very short. Victor's about to count his steps to the trees to see if the trees have moved. But we'll get more of that in a later scene. It's just him preparing to do that here. That's all. And Julie is up at Colony House looking kind of depressed. Fatima once again tries to offer her apples for the second time. She offers her this whatever's in this bowl, but she also says there's an apple tree out back. She says there's an apple tree out back if you want some of that. And Julie refuses to eat either. She's always refusing any food anybody offers her. But also, I like the inclusion of the apple tree again, offering her apples, symbolizing forbidden knowledge, the forbidden fruit. She's Eve in the metaphor in this place. And, 2 episodes in a row, she's trying to get Julie to eat an apple, to partake of the forbidden fruit of knowledge. So, and you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, I think going forward, that's foreshadowing that Julie is going to be obtaining a lot of forbidden knowledge when she story walks. In season 4, she's going to be story walking, I'm sure, to past cycles and gaining knowledge that the Man in Yellow will not want her to have. Knowledge comes at a cost. That's a huge theme of the show. We saw that in the teaser for season 4. They called back that line, he said, in the season 3 finale. Knowledge comes at a cost. So she's going to be getting an awful lot of knowledge that he will not want her to have in some cases, potentially. So this is kind of, I think, foreshadowing that too. And at first, in this moment, she's denying it because she's not ready for it yet. She's not a story walker yet, but she's going to be feasting on those apples come season 4. All of a sudden, just see her just munching away on apples all the time. And we've never seen her eat on camera. Not even once. Yeah. I'm not sure what kind of fruit that is, but she offered her something else too. And
she offered her berries, Julie.
Berries? Okay, yeah. Refused. And
girl needs to eat.
She does need to eat. She's always turning down food. So Julie is she's depressed, because she's wondering if she made the wrong choice, if she made a mistake leaving her family. And I think she did, frankly. And then Jim brought Ethan stuff from the RV, some pajamas that are not itchy, unlike the ones he's wearing from Colony House, and some of his favorite books, including Adventures of the Grand Gulagog with 2 eyes right there. Interesting choice of design. I think the theme of being watched comes into play there. They're all being watched by some entities. Plural, I think. Both the Man in Yellow and I think a helpful entity. Now, this is not a real book. They made this up. And, I don't think it has that much significance other than maybe the cover of the book. But obviously the flight of the Chromonocle is essential to this story. Also not a real book, but they invented it for the show, and it's Ethan's favorite book, and it's it's full of clues. The story of it is full of clues on how all of this works, how this show works. It's a quest. The Chromonocle is on a quest, and lost in the rainbow sky. And she's trying to, she finds an item in this place full of stuff nobody wanted, and then she's not lost anymore. And this kind of thing is exactly what plays out in the show with Tabitha and Jade, both of them. And Jim reads, so he starts reading the book to him, but making otherworldly bird noises, as it says in the captions, which is funny. Makes otherworldly bird noise. I love the noises he makes. And Ethan's like, she doesn't sound like that. Like, how do you know how she sounds? It's a book. Apparently, the Krabanakal is a female, the main one, I guess. But there's more on that, because then you've got Tabitha saying there's going to be 2 Krabanakals for you. And then they both get into it. 2 Krabanakals for the cave. More brilliant foreshadowing that Tabitha and Jade are both the Krabanakals. They're both on a quest. Not Jim. Jim is dead, but it foreshadows that there's going to be a female and a male Krabanakal. I fully believe that. That's what they're going for with this. It's amazing how a TV show can do so much foreshadowing like a great piece of literature. It just blows my mind every time I rewatch this over and over. Every time I'm amazed. It uses literary devices like foreshadowing, symbolism, metaphors. It's absolutely genius the way that it does this. And I mean, it's amazing. Just replace Jim with Jade and boom. He's the other Krabanakal. They're both on a quest. They both need to find an item that helps them on their quest and they're not lost anymore. And supposedly it's a map, but I think that it's not literal, because later they both find an item in Tian Chen's diner back room that is connected to a past life of theirs, and then they're off on their quest. It kind of starts their journey toward answers. So I think that Tabitha's bracelet and Jade's book full of symbols that Christopher drew, and Tabitha's bracelet that Miranda made, those represent their figurative, metaphorical maps of the rainbow sky that send them on their journey, that help them find their way, because they're on a journey to save someone. Ethan says that on a quest, to go home, you have to save someone, and they have to save the children somehow. I know they're already dead, but the children, I think their souls want to be freed. And they keep following Tabitha around, trying to get her to remember her past lives for a reason. They want to be set free in some way. So someone does need to be saved. Their souls, I guess, need to be saved, and everyone in this place. But I think the key is they need to save those children in some manner, whether that means Julie going back in time and somehow preventing the original ritual and saving the children. Maybe. I don't think that's possible, but maybe. Or they just save the children in a metaphorical way. They don't save their lives, but they free their souls. But again, it just goes back to the Krabanakal story. And there's going to be 2 Krabanakals. I've been saying it all along that it was going to be Jade and Tabitha, and then looking back at this, it's amazing how they foreshadowed it. They make otherworldly bird noises. And they finally get him to laugh. He's been kind of more serious since everything that he went through. And Julie is kind of watching them on the outside a bit. She's going to be an important piece of this puzzle too, in the end. Who would have thought that Julie would become so important later and be a story walker? So she's going to be part of this too. The whole Matthews family. I think Ethan will have an important role to play. That's why the Boy in White chose him. Julie has her huge role as a story walker. At the very least, she's going to go back and learn information through story walking that could help the 2 Krabanakals on their quest. You just look at this scene and you see this whole family that all four of them are keys to unlocking all this. Oh, Scarlet, you're back.
Yeah, I had a little Wi-Fi foofa.
Oh, okay. You missed the otherworldly bird noises
Where?
in the closed
Oh,
captions.
Jim's finest moment. I call it Jim's finest moment.
Yeah, it makes otherworldly bird noise in the captions.
That's my favorite Jim moment.
Yeah, right there. I know you love that.
Oh yes.
That's
I feel like I
amazing.
like it because it's funny, and I like that Jim's being a dad
Yeah, absolutely.
because he isn't a lot of the time.
Right. No, he isn't. It's nice. It's a
I mean,
nice.
no wonder Ethan wants to stay there because it's like we're having fun and it's a good time.
Mm-hmm.
Just gonna go through that tunnel behind him soon into the light.
Mm-hmm. I'm with Ellis. It hits me. It says it hits me that the man in yellow is a bully and is probably afraid of Julie's abilities. Oh yeah, 100%. I don't think so. So there's gotta be 2 Crab and Knuckles for you. I was talking about that too.
Oh yeah, but they're not gonna be. It's not gonna be Jim here.
No, but it was great foreshadowing that there was gonna be, because he had just gotten done saying she doesn't sound like that, but then they say there's gonna be 2, and Jim is a guy, so it's like it's great foreshadowing that there's gonna be a male too.
Oh, your stepdad.
Yep. Yep.
I like that hallway. The hallway's really cool looking.
It is. Yeah, I like that too. The arched hallway. Julie is not impressed.
It's not impressed.
No. So so then they talk with Father Kotri over breakfast about going to see the house in town, and Julie wants to go, but they say no, we need you to stay with Ethan, and she
passes that off on Donna.
Yeah, she's mad about that. She thinks she should be included in such a big decision, but it makes sense for her to stay with her brother, so she's just being a bratty
to me it makes sense later on because you learn about how much of an adult Julie had to be, so she should have been at that meeting.
Right, in that case, but it's like they don't know anybody there yet. At least she could be there with her brother.
Yeah.
So there's that too. Yeah, but I get the argument for why she should be there. And there's a gigantic dream catcher on the wall here. The biggest one I've ever seen. And there are others in the show too, in Colony House, underscoring the theme of dreams, nightmares. This catches the bad dreams, and in folklore, and I don't think it's because this place is all a dream. I've said before, I think it's like a nightmare realm where people's nightmares, dreams, and fears and hopes can manifest into reality, into the real world, and it's a pocket dimension. So that's what I think that all the nightmare and dream references mean. So yeah, they go off with Kotri, and Julie stomps off in a huff. And Jade shows up at the diner, and
this looks familiar. This picture looks familiar.
Yeah, this looks
I've
very.
seen this before.
This looks very familiar. It's behind us right now.
It's like an affinity.
Yeah. I used this picture to be the background for our From Lives, and here it is. It looks kind of like a watercolor painting in this shot. It's really artistic. Jade riding up on the stolen bike. Yeah, I love that picture. I just love it. I think it's perfect. My favorite character is included in it, so that makes it even better. He shows up and like this is just peak Jade, grinning from ear to ear, laughing and like thinking that this whole place is in on the escape room deal. Oh, what wonders will avail themselves to be here in this diner, and all this silliness that he spews.
I did some time in summer stock.
Yeah. Yeah. I love it. Love it. Love it.
You don't seem quite this happy later on.
No, when have we seen him this happy since then? It's kind of sad, actually. It's weird seeing him smile this much now. He never does that anymore. And everyone just kind of looks at him like, you fucking idiot. You have no idea what a hellhole you're actually in. Like, he thinks they're all actors, and they just look at him like, you gotta be kidding me. Sarah and all these NPCs just stare at him. I love their expressions. This guy is he's not having it. He's just not into it at all. It's not funny to him. The people in line too.
They have like a lot of good food looking here in this buffet, and then they got a bunch of apples.
More apples for representing the forbidden fruit of knowledge.
Really good. All this buffet. I mean,
yeah, good. Forbidden fruit of knowledge. There, just waiting for somebody to reach out and take one. And Jade, he's gonna be. He and Tabitha just acquired a massive amount of knowledge of their past lives, and what kind of cost is that going to have for them and for the whole town? I mean, I can only imagine. Anyway, he's talking to the whole diner, wondering, what he's supposed to find there and where the clues are, and they all just kind of ignore him, and then he walks up and just cuts the whole line at the buffet. The lady's like, there's a line, and he completely ignores her. He snatches a plate and just goes to help himself, and then here comes Tian Chen with a whisk, whack right on his head. I couldn't get a still of that because it happened too fast. Yeah. She whacks him on the head, and she yells at him in Mandarin. He's like, oh, okay. He even thinks that's funny, and he backs off. Yeah, iconic scene. Absolutely love it. Yeah, I miss their dynamic. They wound up, who would have thought after this scene that they would have wound up connecting, having a beautiful emotional connection at the end of the season. Bill, pure Jade before the transition. Yep. There can be an entire season of just backstories. There sure could. If only we had more episodes per season, right? I'm with Ellis said, I'm feeling like Jim is coming back to reclaim his position. I think Jade is too selfish to be a good dad. I don't know. I think Jim is gonna stay dead, but Jade has come a long way. He really has. Jade, I know he's still selfish, but he's changed a lot. He's undergone an amazing redemption arc. So I think he's going to step up and be there for the Matthews family. I really do. I don't think he's going to, get with Tabitha anytime soon. She just lost her husband. They're all going to be grieving, and the show moves at too slow of a pace for us to ever get to that point. But I think he will be there to support them all. I expect that to happen. So from there, Nathan shows up and is wondering why Sarah is there. She promised that she wouldn't leave the house, I guess, and she said, like, I had to help, she could not help herself. She had to go there and try to help in some way after she just got Mrs. Liu's husband killed. So she shows up there because it's her job to feed the whole town. She doesn't get to take any leave for grief. This is Fromville. There'd be nobody to feed everyone. It's her job. I mean, like, somebody else could, I guess, step up and do it, but not at that short notice. So, Sarah felt the need to go help, and she persuades Nathan to just back off and let her do it. Putting her hand on his neck in not a very sisterly way. I always get incesty vibes with these two still. It's just weird. The weird thing. Like, I don't have any siblings, but I don't know. I find that weird. Katri takes the Matthews parents into town, and here they go past that billboard. It says getaway, and there's a Hawaiian lady with a pineapple, and it's all faded and worn out. It's just such a cruel taunt. A vacation billboard in this hellhole that traps you and nobody can escape. That's just like epic trolling by the evil entity, if you ask me. Epic trolling. You can't see it well in this image, but people have enhanced it enough so that you can see the billboard better, and it says getaway. There's the box. They walk by that. They ask what that is, and Katri tells them. He explains what the box is, and that it's never been used until tonight. It's gonna be used tonight. And he's like, it's what happens when you do something that hurts someone else and puts their life in danger in this place. This is what happens to you. Negligence. If your negligence causes the death of someone else, then, or if you killed somebody yourself, obviously, but yeah, just pure negligence could get you put in the box. Obviously, Tabitha is looking at that. She's horrified. He shows them into the house, and there's still stuff from the previous family just sitting there. It's like somebody's like shirt over a chair and a cup. They were literally just living there days before, and no one's even cleared their stuff out yet. It's creepy, and the worst is yet to come. They go into Megan's room, and it's like a horror movie. The walls and the floor and everything are completely splattered in blood, and they didn't even clean it up before they showed them, but it's to scare them so that they don't make the same mistake, that the fatal mistake that family made, so that they nail the windows shut and protect their kids. But it's just crazy to show them this, like all of this blood. But it would definitely shake them up and show them, like, this is serious. This is what happens. Like Katri says, this is what happens when you're not careful. That's wild. Tabitha can't handle it and just runs out. And then if you look, like, there are crayon drawings on the wall. So Megan also drew a lot of pictures like Victor does. I know there have been theories about whether Megan was supposed to be like the new Victor, but somehow she didn't pass the muster. She didn't pass the test, couldn't cut it. So a new kid was brought in. I don't think that makes sense now that we've gotten more answers, and we know that Tabitha was always meant to come there, and therefore her child was always meant to be the next Victor. She's Miranda reincarnated, so her child is meant to fill the same role as Miranda's child, Victor. But it's an interesting theory, and I think maybe Megan was like, with her imagination and her drawings, maybe she was having visions like Victor, or manifesting things with her imagination into this place. But yeah, because she drew a lot of pictures too. But yeah, and I know people have also like really analyzed other aspects of her room from the first couple episodes. I can't really put those images on screen because of the gore, that it could get the stream taken down. But yeah, they put a lot of work into her room for sure, and the items that are in there. Tabitha goes running out, and she's like, telling Jim, how can you just be okay with all of this? Like everything is normal. How can you just accept all this at face value, what they're telling us? And like they're gonna put a man in a box at sundown and be ripped apart. Like, how can you just accept this? And Jim is like, what choice do we have, other than to accept it? And he said, this is going to happen to that man because he didn't protect his family, and he didn't follow the rules of the town, and he's willing to accept it a lot more easily than her. And I do find that odd. I wouldn't be as that willing to accept what they're saying as Jim is. I would definitely be reacting more like Tabitha. But yeah, they're just always at odds. They can never see eye to eye, these two. Yeah, Jim never believed anything until later. Yeah, he's very closed-minded about all of the like supernatural stuff. Samuel said, I don't get incest vibes from them. They probably took baths together though. Yeah, Nathan and Sarah probably did. Samuel, a tree full of Jims from different timelines. Oh, yeah, they could totally do that. They could show a tree full of gems, hanging gems from his different timelines, like Miranda's husbands. Oh man, imagine if Miranda. I mean, in 1978, she didn't bring her husband to town, but maybe in previous lives, her other husbands got killed too, in similar ways. AA said, Jade's company knows. I will stand by that until proven wrong. Toby knew something, even if it was small. Yeah, I've believed that for a long time, that Toby knew something. And that's why he was killed off. I had a whole tinfoil theory I built around that. I abandoned that theory, but I'm definitely open to that idea. And that Jade's company has some role to play in something, and Toby knew something. But at the moment, I think that Toby was killed because he would have been too much of a distraction to Jade, and Jade needed to be woken up and into the reality of this place really fast, and put on the right path, and isolated without his friend. So honestly, I think a helpful entity, oddly enough, is responsible for telling Sarah to give Toby the axe. That's what I think. The voices of the dead, I think, told her to do that, trying to help the greater good, get Toby out of the way in order for Jade to be able to fulfill his mission. That's my opinion, but I could be completely wrong. AA said, I think Jim was just excited to have a second chance at his marriage when they got to town. I think he noticed that they weren't going anywhere for a while. It's like a second chance to him. Right. That could be. I think you're right too, because Jim was holding on to their marriage and Tabitha had just discarded it. She wanted out, and Jim was the only one really holding on. So I definitely agree on that. New rules. There are monsters here. On Jim's case, it's on Jim's case, like he's from there. Elf on a shelf. Here comes Jim on a tree. Right, Amy? Yes, Jim on a limb. So, speaking of Jim hanging from a tree or wherever it is he's found hanging, in my opinion, I made a whole video breaking down the trailer. Finally, I made the video. I thought I had it all ready to release 2 days ago, And then I realized that I forgot to address 2 still images that I had taken from the trailer. They're really unimportant, but I can't just ignore them. I have to address every image, every character that's in there. I can't just ignore 2 characters. They're really insignificant. It's not that important at all, but I have no choice but to record a little addition to the video and then edit it in. So that's why I haven't released it yet. But I do have a full breakdown of the trailer, including predictions for season 4 that I have and theories. So right now it's 22 minutes long. It's probably going to wind up being just a few minutes longer than that when I add what I need to. And I'm hoping I can get that released maybe even tomorrow night if I can finally finish it. So keep an eye out for that. Please give it a like and a view when you see it. It's coming out almost a month after the trailer, so I've got an uphill battle to get views on it. I would really appreciate it if you could just give it a view. It's not going to be just a simple recap of what's in the trailer. It'll have a bunch of predictions and theories I have for season 4. So yeah, it's not going to be easy to get people to watch, but if you could, when you see it come up, give it a view, hit the like, leave a comment in the comment section, share the video if you can, even if it's with yourself, put it in a playlist, and hype it if you can. All those things help boost it in the algorithm and push it out to more people. You can hype videos with a certain number of free hype points that you get every week, and small content creators like me get extra points. So you can really boost your impact if you give the hype points to creators like me. So that would be much appreciated if you could help me out when you do see that come up, because it's going to be soon. Finally, I have it almost done. Hey, Debbie, nice to see you. That house may have specific energy that divides and conquers. Interesting point, Bill. Like that house now has that kind of energy, but Bill and Tabitha sure. I mean, Bill, Tabitha. Now I'm putting you in from Bill. Jim and Tabitha. They definitely have so much baggage that they brought to town. Anyway, excuse my brain short circuiting sometimes, and I find myself like accidentally saying the wrong word in place of what I'm trying to say a lot. As my pain has gotten a lot worse, it's so frustrating. My brain kind of hiccups, and I'll say the wrong word, a word that makes no sense, and it's because I'm distracted. I'm thinking about something else, and my brain will supplant the wrong word in there. And it just drives me nuts because I always prided myself on my mind, and it just feels like I can't function like I want to at all because of the amount of pain I'm in. Like I'm in horrific pain at this moment. It's horrible. So I hate that. Yes, deep dives, Bill. It's going to be a deep dive. I managed to get a 22-minute video out of that 30-second trailer, and it's going to wind up being even longer now that I add to it. I'm with Alice says, I was taught the name Jim or Jimmy is symbolic for black men. No kidding. Oh, I had never heard of that. Interesting. King James. Okay. Bill is in from. Yeah, I've now placed Bill in from with Tabitha. Sorry, Bill. I'm like Bill and Tabitha, blah blah blah. Anyway, so moving on, we got a very sad scene between Boyd and Frank in the woods. Where
Foreshadowing rope with Boyd, because the rope's right behind Boyd at one point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a sad scene about Christmas. I mean, this is the one about Christmas. This is the one about poor Frank. I'm sorry. All his like monologues are kind of sad. Poor guy.
So depressing, right? It was so sad how he talked about how he wasn't always like this. He wasn't always broken like this. he doesn't say the word broken, but that's the point we're supposed to get from this, that this place broke him. This place breaks people, not just Boyd. It broke him, and he wasn't the father he should have been, or the husband he should have been. He became an alcoholic, and he gave into that. And he talked about the last Christmas he spent with his daughter and his family before they got to this place. And
Okay, then I was right. I didn't know it was a Christmas speech about the dollhouse and all that.
Yeah.
Dollhouse being a thing, a toy that you have dolls in that you play with, kind of like Fromville.
Right. And yeah, like, I forget, what did he say about the dollhouse?
Oh, I don't know. Just that Megan really liked the dollhouse, and they were really happy together, like the whole family.
Right.
I can't remember what else, really.
Yeah, that was the gist of it. That's all we really need to remember.
Yeah. I mean, then later on, he says he wants to spend. He wanted to get them out so they could spend the next Christmas. He's very Christmas motivated.
Yeah, like, he once held on to this hope that, if they just held on, that there'd be more Christmases, and he wishes that he could have just held on to that hope. So, see, once again, like I was saying earlier, there's this enormous theme of hope versus fear in this show, and I really think that in the end, hope is going to be a big part of what saves them and breaks the curse. He said that if he had just held on to the hope that one day there could have been more Christmases with his family outside of this place, then they'd still be alive. That his daughter and wife would still be alive. That's such an important concept we should think about. They've got to hold on to hope and not give in to fear and despair that this place feeds on. Yeah, so Frank gave in to despair and fear, and he numbed his pain every night in that bar, with alcohol, and didn't hold on to that hope. And this is the first episode where we saw I think this is the first one where we saw the inside of the diner, with the board saying "Hope is the thing with feathers," the poem, and that's, I think that's to illustrate that theme to us. And here's Frank, who is an illustrative example of what happens when you give in to fear and despair in this place and you don't hold on to hope. They need to always remember to hold on to hope and hang on, and not just, neglect everything and block everything out and numb the pain with alcohol or whatever. Or you'll end up like Frank, or you'll go crazy, you'll lose your mind. Like, this place can break you in various ways. So that's the key. Don't let it break you. So he tells Boyd that, he wants to just be with his family now. He wants to be with them. And Boyd is just, it's so sad. Well, I think he tells him that later, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Boyd goes off, and you can see how much he's struggling with this. This is really hard for him to carry. He's not a cruel man. Boyd is not some authoritarian despot. He doesn't want to put Frank in the box. He never thought he'd have to actually do this. It was supposed to be a deterrent. So he's a good man. And this is where I started to like Boyd, whereas I really didn't like him in the first 2 episodes, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what I say when they turned everything up to 11 in the first episode. It's just everything was so intense.
Right. And
that was their intention, to like reveal it slowly that everything is not how it seems.
Right.
But they almost lost me. Like you. They almost lost me.
Right. because he came off as so cruel and harsh in the first 2 episodes. And now we see that he's struggling a lot with this, and he doesn't want to do this to Frank. We see the pain on his face, and even in episode 2, when he screamed in the mirror, I realized, how much he's suffering and hiding it and bearing this burden, and then acting like everything's fine with the Matthews to try to ease their fear. So anyway, with Alice, Jamestown and its so-called pilgrims is what From is really about. Is really what From is about, I think.
Yay! 1 vote for Smiley in a pilgrim hat.
Yeah.
Yay.
That was the first thing I thought of when this was revealed, that this goes all the way back, that the monsters were the parents in the original cycle. I was like, I imagine Smiley in a pilgrim hat.
Yeah. I'm thinking a lot of times Roanoke too, because he disappeared. That kind of feeling, that kind of mood.
Right. Yeah, or some small American indigenous town. Yeah, like Roanoke. Roanoke suffered from mysterious disappearances and starvation. Yeah. Bill said the themes of survival against an unseen, malevolent force in a, for example, remote forest-laden location mirror the dangers faced by settlers in places like Jamestown or Roanoke.
Yeah, I just said Roanoke. I didn't even read the chat, so we're all all in the same mindset.
Yeah, which suffered from mysterious disappearances and starvation. Right. The town's architecture and the presence of talismans suggest a magical, potentially old world or colonial era curse holding the inhabitants in a loop of fear. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can totally see that. Okay, so, all right. I've got to try to speed this up because my pain is getting a lot worse, and I really want to finish this book. Like, I don't want to have to do a part 2 of this one, like I did with episode. Did I do that with episode 1, or I feel like I.
No, we just went like about 5.5 hours.
Yeah. I stopped. Yeah, I said I was going to do episode 1 and 2, and then I changed that. But anyway, Ellis makes Ethan a crutch. He looks like little tiny Tim, which is cute. He's really good with him. And back at the diner, I really like this scene for multiple reasons. This dialogue is great. First of all, it's hilarious. Jade is he's talking to Kenny, and he's like, "Am I supposed to get something from you?" As in a clue, and he's like, I get this nightmare forest thing and blah blah blah. He's like, but what's with the breakfast? What's up with this? Usually my I don't know about you, but my nightmares don't serve breakfast. And I love that line because I really think that it's kind of a hint at the way this whole thing might actually work. Like in this place, dreams do serve breakfast. I think this is a nightmare realm, or AKA a dream dimension, what have you. And this food that should not be there came from the livestock that appeared in the woods. They should not be there. Livestock don't just roam around in the woods. Goats, chickens, cows. How did they get there? How did any of this get there? How did the lights turn on when they shouldn't, with no wires inside the cords? I think the good things like that were manifested there by children who have been trapped there, by their imaginations. And it all started with the children who were sacrificed there, whose hope manifested the faraway tree. And so in a way, I think Jade is right. And this is a nightmare that served him breakfast. Is like, my nightmares don't serve breakfast. Well, yeah, this one does. Has there been any explanation for how the hell the livestock get there? And I've always well, not always, but I've thought for a very long time that this is some kind of nightmare realm. And hearing that dialogue, it just kind of clicked in my head, like that makes total sense. And maybe that's a clue to how things actually work. And it was manifested there, not just bad things, but good things too can also get manifested there into reality, not into a dream. This is a real place. It's a real place. It's like another dimension separate from ours, in my opinion. So yeah, more dropping of the word nightmare. The many times that happens. I forgot to start keeping count, trying to keep count of how many times in this rewatch I should have counted how many times they use the word dream or nightmare. I don't think it's literally a dream or a nightmare. It's just a nightmare realm, pocket dimension, pocket universe, whatever you want to call that. But yeah, that's what I think. And Kenny is just like, I'm so done with this guy. I love Kenny. Everyone's reactions to Jade in the diner are just so funny. And this guy is just such a jackass. And yeah, it would, it would be easy to just dismiss this scene as pure comedy, but I think that really could be a clue. That nightmare breakfast thing that he brought up. And he's like, and this is where he's like, am I supposed to get something from you? And he's like, never mind, I'll figure it out on my own. Because once again, he thinks this is all just. He's like,
he thinks he's clever.
yeah. He said it's like the ultimate escape room. I took some of these with captions on in addition.
That's an interesting angle, as high up as that is.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, seriously, I don't know. So I took screenshots of some of this dialogue because I found this so interesting. I mean, seriously, I don't know how he pulled all this together. Then he said maybe there's a clue in each one of the buildings. Maybe he's right. See, we could dismiss all this as comedy.
Oh,
but,
I didn't dismiss it as a comedy.
But a lot of people,
when I just rewatched it, I was like, maybe there is a clue in all the buildings.
Yeah, a lot of people would just dismiss this as comedy, but maybe there is. We were talking about that last season. Like, maybe there really is a clue. When we did this rewatch, we were thinking maybe there is a clue and they need to start going into all the buildings. And he's like, am I getting warmer? He said, usually you have some type of prompt that lets you know which direction to go, but this is some next level shit. The
next
monsters.
Level. And next level.
Mm-hmm. Next level. The monsters in the forest. Toby's dead, blah, blah, blah. But she didn't give me any hints about where I'm supposed to go next. Here's the thing, though. Like, as thorough as all this feels, there are a couple flaws in the logic. I'm sitting here eating eggs in a diner in a place that's supposed to be what? Some kind of mystical nightmare? I mean, I don't know about you, but my nightmares don't usually serve breakfast. Look at the face he's making. Look at the face he's making there. But yeah. So, some kind of mystical nightmare. So, I think there are clues in this whole bit of dialogue. I do think this is a clue that it's mystical, that this isn't just going to be explained by some kind of sci-fi bullshit, like it's all a simulation or something. It's not a simulation. There's going to be a mystical explanation. Huh?
I said, thanks for that. That's not.
Yeah.
I don't want it to be.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to be that. And the word nightmares, but I really think this nightmare did serve breakfast. The kids in this place who are trapped there, their hope, their dreams manifests the good things, like the cows and chickens in the woods. He says, I suppose you're going to tell me you've got chickens roaming around in the big bad forest. And Kenny's like, we don't really know where they come from. That's not how it's supposed to work. Livestock are not supposed to be in the woods. So Yeah.
Well, they all originally started in the woods. We just domesticated them.
Yeah. Yeah. So then he says that's actually not bad for a nightmare breakfast.
We
Um,
expect it to be horrible tasting because it's a nightmare breakfast.
I guess so.
And that's the
So
name for my new band too, Nightmare Breakfast. I'll work on that.
so yeah, so he's like, never mind, I'll figure it out. And ultimately, Jade is gonna help figure out how to get out of this whole place. So all of this stuff is it's insight into the broader mystery, and it is kind of like an escape room. Um, there are cryptic directions and clues and all over the town, and in the end, he's got to figure it out. I think in the end, we're going to look back on this scene and realize there was a lot of truth in what seem on the surface like throwaway lines for comedy.
Mhm.
I hope this part isn't going to be true though, because then Christy sits down with him after he leaves, and Kenny says he's going to get himself killed.
Perhaps.
I really hope that's not going to come to fruition. That would suck. He's my favorite character. Hey, that table behind them is missing a light. I just noticed that. There's no light there. um so they have a cute little moment, Kenny and Christy. They're adorbs in season 1, and they would have been a cute couple, but it was not. All right, moving along. Victor is counting his steps between the house and the trees. Ethan asks him what he's doing, being a nosy little kid. The typical kid who won't leave you alone and wants to know what you're doing, asking all these questions. And Victor tells him that he's trying to see if the trees have moved. And Ethan asks him if they have, and Victor says, yeah, they have, and that's bad. Whatever that means, that's bad for some reason, but we don't know why. That's a question that we should really make a note of for like the long list of unanswered questions. Why is it bad that the trees are moving? um it seems like a menacing thing, like the trees are some kind of almost a sentient character, and when they're moving closer, maybe it means the cycle is getting close to ending, and the total massacre is getting closer.
And there were theories when Boyd and Sarah were out in the forest that their tent didn't move, but the trees did.
Right. So like maybe the
Somehow with the
trees
trees.
literally move the tent, could be. Let's see. I'm just gonna check how much. Yeah, we're like barely halfway through. I gotta speed this up. My God. So yeah, what does this mean? Yeah, I think it goes back to they're getting closer to the cycle ending and the total massacre, which is supposed to happen at the end of the cycle. And maybe or maybe like Michael had an interesting theory that he's mentioned, like maybe this is like Michael here said, figure it has to do with either that or something like hope is running out, and hope is what sustains the bubble world. Like this is some kind of like pocket dimension in a bubble that's slowly collapsing in on itself. Interesting. Could be. I mean, because we saw that picture that Victor drew that looks like the town in a snow globe. And there's also an image at the corner of his Peach Truck map that looks like the town with a circle over it, and even has like an underground area which could be the caves. Michael said, so as it dwindles, the bubble collapses and things get closer as it shrinks, like dots on the surface of a balloon. Could be. Could be. Let me go up a little bit here. So Michael said there was a casting call For a colonial woman, actor, non-speaking female, 60 plus, Caucasian. She is austere and unnerving, thin, sharp, and quietly imposing. Other posts showed descriptions of ghostly, frightening old woman ghost, monster, or something like that. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Okay. So yeah, looks like they're gonna show a creepy colonial woman. I like
Oh
it.
yeah.
I think so. It could be another Jade vision, or it could be Julie story walking and seeing it. I like that. Um. So let's see what else is in here. Yeah. So, scary ghostly woman. That was cast late in filming, presumably a new ghost slash monster, maybe a past life, or one of the original townies slash monsters. Yeah, it could be. Also, yeah, it could be a new monster. I'm guessing though this is going to be a vision of Jade's from the past or something Julie sees during story walking. Yeah. Um. So. Um. Okay, just looking through the chat here. Um. So Bill. Let's see. So Bill, so I think Bill got this from AI about like colony house full of strangers treating the place like their new home, representing colonizers. Ooh, maybe this is some kind of commentary on America's past sins. Um, Colony House uses Native American culture as decoration, dream catchers. This isn't leak or official confirmation, just another thing you can add to an already long list that was confirmed a long time ago that there's a story about America's past sins. Interesting stuff. Wow, I like that. It's called Colony House and it uses Native American culture as decoration. It's yeah, so that and they're colonizers, they're strangers treating the place as their home. Oh, it does seem like kind of commentary about America's past sins. I like that a lot. And maybe there's more to it than just commentary, and there's something to do with this place connecting to past sins of America. I don't know.
Or the entities taking it out, and the colonizers, the entities that were here originally,
Right.
connected to Native Americans and Inuits and stuff like that.
Yeah, I was thinking about that during season 3. Like, what if this place is kind of punishing people for the sins of the colonizers who came and took the Native Americans' land and did unspeakable things to them? Like, some entity is punishing
Yeah.
people for that.
Even like the kimono lady could also be immigrants that come over and were treated really badly by the people here.
Right. Uh, yeah, I was like gonna really go hard into a theory like that in season 3, and then I went off away from that because we got the reveal of Jade and Tabitha and all of that lore. So and that confirmed what I had already believed about them. And it made me think they're building their own mythos with this show. So maybe it's not going to be
Yeah.
all of, it's not going to be caused by American history.
I think it's something that's like lurking in the background.
Right.
Because John Griffith read all the history of Newfoundland and all that. So I think all that kind of comes into play, but I don't think it's going to be in the forefront at all.
Yeah. Yeah, like kind of like the Shining. In The Shining, there's some subtext and some stuff in the background that's hinting at the themes of colonization and like brutality against Native Americans.
Like the Calumet baking soda.
Yeah,
With the Native American on it.
yeah,
And the blood coming out of the elevator.
right. All of the blood pouring out, representing in an esoteric way the blood of Native Americans that was spilled, and yeah, the Native American decor that was in there. So I think it could be subtext in the background, lurking in the background of this show. Michael said, I've also wondered if it was like Roanoke. The paintings in Henry's basement indicate colonial Puritan era, so like 300 plus years ago would kind of make sense if Roanoke or something like it. Yeah, everybody, like Debbie said, everybody go watch the Roanoke season of American Horror Story for clues. LOL JK, that season is a gore fest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it doesn't really follow the history of Roanoke. And then there's some Lady Gaga's playing some Celtic goddess, and I don't know what all that meant.
I know.
It was something.
It was weird. I loved it though. I know it wasn't a popular season, but I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I liked it a lot better than other people liked it when it comes to American Horror Story seasons.
Yeah.
It was fine.
AA said livestock could have come on a truck like the Peaches. Like, what if there was a slim chance someone was relocating their farm and got sucked into Fromville? Yeah, but they keep appearing in the woods, though. Like those farm animals could be descendants from the first farm animals, but they keep showing up. AA, I know we don't see it all the time. Yeah, he said AA. They said other than the goat in the woods. But I think we're supposed to infer that they're continually getting more livestock from the woods. Because, like, imagine how inbred they'd be if they had just the few livestock that they currently have, like just breeding over and over again. We haven't seen that many animals. So I feel like they're still appearing in the woods. They're still showing up. I don't know. That's the assumption I've made. I could be wrong, but I just infer that they are still getting new livestock that appear in the woods. But that's me. So let's see. Okay, anything else I missed? I really gotta keep going though. So we can get through this. As much as I love reading all these comments, it's so hard. I want to read them all, but I'm in a lot of pain, so I better keep on going. Michael said, I'm hoping it's them connecting with past lives and seeing the original town, but could be a one-off scary colonial ghost woman / monsters, kind of like Kimono Lady. Oh yeah, I think it'll be the former, not the latter. And let's see. Maybe the boy in white opens a wormhole and sucks in some cows and chickens once in a while. Michael, could be. Honestly, it could very well be that. Seriously, like they could be just brought there like everybody else through a wormhole. I think that's literally how they get there, like everybody else through a wormhole. Bill, price / cost of knowledge. Kenny's prediction for Jade. Okay, so Julie, so I think this is where so he's basically telling Ethan to go away because he doesn't want to get in trouble for talking to Ethan, and he wants to keep getting a supply of peaches from Donna. But then Ethan says that he saw a boy in white, and that stops Victor in his tracks, and he's like, oh yeah, and he it piques his interest, and and then Julie calls him away, and Ethan says he's got to go, and Victor's like, next time you see him, you tell that boy in white I said hi. Something to that effect. So because Victor hasn't seen the boy in white in a very long time. It's been a while, and that was Victor's only friend for many years when he was alone. So this is really interesting to Victor that the boy in white is back. And then he says to Ethan, "I'll keep you looped." So it's kind of weird. They're kind of weird term to use there. That since they're all stuck in a loop. Some have read into this line like maybe Victor is the one keeping everyone trapped in the loop, but I don't think so. But he says, if you see that friend of yours, tell him Victor says hello. And Ethan tells Julie what Victor said, that he was counting the trees to see if they moved. And she's like, yeah, and that's totally normal. Because she's like, don't talk to him. He's creepy. Because he does seem creepy. To be fair, on the surface, if you didn't know him and his history, he seems creepy. So I get why people think that. I didn't mean to take a screenshot of like Jade's ass right in the shot.
You totally intentionally meant to do that.
I totally didn't. I swear. I swear to God. um. So Jade rides his stolen bike to the root cellar and goes down and looking for clues. Boy, he gets more than he bargained for in terms of clues, because this is a doozy. He goes up to the door at the back, opens it, and there's a man crushed by a boulder, bleeding from the eyes. Um, and
More eye stuff.
more eye stuff. And then there's a momentary pause. Then the guy screams bloody murder, and like that's nightmare fuel for you. And Jade's like so startled he literally falls backwards. Just priceless, iconic scene. Um and when he looks up, there's the blood symbol, the first time we ever see it on the wall. And what does that mean? I think that those lines are very simply just mean past, present, and future intersecting in a never-ending cycle. That's what we're seeing here. We have time travel now confirmed, and past, present, and future are all intertwined because of time travel, with Julie as a story walker and maybe others in the past, and all trapped within a never-ending cycle or circle made of blood. It's all blood colored because this is, it's powered by all the suffering of these people who get trapped there. It's elegant in its simplicity, really. And we also know that this is what the roots may look like above the children who were sacrificed. They were looking at the tree roots. They were under the roots when they were sacrificed. So that's what they were seeing. That's probably how the roots looked when they died, although there are different versions of this symbol that Jay drew in his book. The lines don't always look exactly like this. But yeah, that's what I think that
Because the trees move, Julie. They move.
Yes, because the trees move. Therefore the roots move and the symbol looks different. But as far as this guy, I won't leave it on the really bloody image, but this one is not as bad to look at.
I want to know his story with this boulder.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get it eventually, because I think we're gonna see. I think we're gonna see more of Jade's past lives. I hope when Julie's story walks, and I think these are Jade's past lives.
Yeah. This one's unfortunate.
Yes, this was a really unfortunate ending. I think I've said this since I first started watching the show. Even before I believed it was reincarnation, I thought these are the guys who had Jade's role before him, because everyone seems to fill a certain role in the show. So I thought these are the guys who filled his role before him, because the last one is Christopher, and he's filling Christopher's role now. But then in early season 3, I became convinced that Jade and Tabitha were both reincarnated. And then I was like, I think these are him. These are all his lives. And if you look at all 3 of them, or wait, 4 of them now, there are 4. They all look like they could be from different periods, so it works. There's the Puritan man. There's the Civil War soldier who attacks Jade. There's this guy who maybe he's early 20th century.
Yeah, his suit kind of looks 1930-ish.
Right.
Would kind of fit.
So that fits. That's not from the same period as Puritan guy or Civil War guy. And then there's Christopher from 1978. So it works. And it would make sense if Jade is looking at past versions of himself who failed in their quest. And they're kind of like warnings to him, dire warnings of what will happen if he doesn't succeed on his quest and figure out the answer to break the curse, break the cycle. This is what's going to happen to him. And that's basically what this is. I firmly believe that. Why else would these visions be appearing to him? Why would he be seeing these men? what other reason is there? Knowing that he was reincarnated, I mean, I can't really think of another good reason to show him these men. So there's this one who was crushed under a boulder. I think he probably went through the wrong faraway tree, and that's how he wound up there, because Victor told Ethan in this episode that a faraway tree could, send you never know where. You could wind up stuck in a mountain somewhere. And so I think that was kind of meant to put the idea in our heads that that was episode 4 that happened. That I think that was meant to put the idea in our heads that this could have happened from a faraway tree mishap. And then the Civil War soldier guy, he's all screwed up. His face is burned really badly. One of his eyes is glassy, like he's blind in it. And then obviously the Puritan man, his eye is missing and bleeding, and he's drinking blood from a skull. So another horrible fate for him. Of course, we know something bad happened to Christopher. We don't know what exactly, but he also saw Christopher. That's the only one we saw where Christopher didn't look like he was in bad shape. He was smiling creepily and holding the book full of symbols, but still, I think all of them are Jade. I've said that. If you go back to my videos from early season 3, I've been saying it all along. And I'm more convinced than ever with the reveal that he was indeed reincarnated 100%. But what an awesome first vision. The Boulder guy kind of looks like Randall. Yeah, I could see that, Amy. Debbie said Odin symbology over and over. Yep, with the missing eye. I bet that guy far-awayed himself under that boulder. Right. Yep. That was what Debbie was thinking too. Let's see. So, okay. So, next scene. We're moving along. So, Jade looks up and then everything disappeared. The symbol is gone. Well, you can't see that here, but everything disappears. The guy in the closet is gone and the symbol is gone. And Jade, he at first he's stunned, and then he starts laughing, like, he screams, "Toby, you're a fucking genius!" at the sky. Amazing. And then starts laughing because he somehow thinks that this is done with weird, like, hologram technology, I guess. What an amazing escape room in his mind. Gets on Clara's bike and pedals away. And then,
He doesn't even close the door.
no, he doesn't. Doesn't even bother.
Yeah.
What does it matter? It's just an escape room, so he doesn't have to be polite or leave things the way he found it. Then there's Katri. Katri finds Boyd in the church, and he's like, I don't usually see you here. And, Boyd just, he doesn't see the point in coming to church. He's not feeling very faithful being in this place, clearly. And, he basically said that prayer hasn't really worked for him. And, and I think, what did Katri say? Like, maybe you haven't been listening hard enough. It's like the answers might be there, and he's just not listening. Boyd has a conversation with Katri about how he doesn't want to put Frank in the box. And Katri has some very unconventional advice for a priest. He tells him, you built a guillotine. He basically said, you built a guillotine in a public square. What's going to happen when those people find out you lack the conviction to use it? What a great line. And that's what keeps people from doing stupid things that get others killed, neglecting things and if he doesn't follow through on that threat, then what's going to happen? It could be chaos. And Boyd created order from chaos in this place, as Katri has said. So he's pushing Boyd to go through with it. And Boyd is like, "Jeez, you're a terrible fucking priest." Which is a great line.
I love that line. And then he's like, "Your worst priest."
The worst fucking priest. And then he's like, "Now I'm cursed in the house of the Lord."
Yeah. Yeah, he isn't a good priest.
Yeah. He is not a typical priest at all.
He's
And
he's like a gangster priest.
He is.
Mafioso priest.
And if this were the real world, I don't think he'd have that reaction, but this is not. And he's got to do what he thinks is best for the community and give the advice he thinks is best under these supernatural circumstances. So I get that in that way. But Boyd doesn't understand. He's like, shouldn't you be advising mercy or something? Like, it doesn't make sense. You're a priest. What a great character. I love Katri, and his dynamic with Boyd is just phenomenal. I'm so glad that they were able to keep him and keep this dynamic going through Ghost Katri, because the show really would have lost a lot without that. It's just too bad we don't get as much of it. We don't get enough Katri since he became Ghost Katri, and I wish we got more. I really hope we get more in season 4. I hope so. I don't know if it's confirmed. They're probably keeping that a secret, a surprise, if we're going to get more. I would bet he's coming back for sure. He loves being on the show, the actor, and I'm sure they're going to want him back. And I'm sure we'll get more Ghost Tom. I'm still hoping for... Oh, and I think we'll get more Ghost Abby. She'll be the one reaching out of the grave and grabbing Boyd, and another vision. And I'm still hoping for a new ghost entity. Probably Ghost Jim, if I had to
Jim
bet.
haunting Jade.
Yes. If I had to bet on it, he'd be the new ghost entity who's coming. For sure.
Yeah, I was hoping Kenny's mom would be the ghost that taunted Jade.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Debbie, Jade on the bike yelling at Jim is my alarm. I know how offensive you find my proclivities. Yeah, that's amazing, Debbie. I love that line. His lines are the best in the whole show. God, he's the best. Best character. What is this? Zombaby? I don't know what that is. Zombaby? So moving on. Boyd goes by and sits in the box, just struggling with his conscience and what to do. Torturing himself, sitting in that box, imagining what it would be like, I'm sure, if this happened to him, if he had to go in there. Then he goes to Frank and he gives him an out. He gives him a talisman and he says, "Go out in the woods and make whatever life you can out there." Frank is shocked because he just can't bring himself to do it. He's a good man. At the end of the day, he just can't do it. I still think that's the wrong solution, and he should have found some other punishment for Frank. Community service, a prison term in the jail, something. Just not sending him off and banishing him from the community. But at least he did that. And then they have the choosing ceremony. And so it's this weird area with like circle of rocks out in a field. We still don't know what that means. What's with the circle of rocks and from? That's I'm adding that to the list of questions, unanswered questions. So Jade shows up and joins the choosing ceremony gathering, and you just know he's there to cause trouble. I forgot he was even there at first, so I should have expected what was coming. So there's the ceremony with they choose either the rock or the flower. Rock for the town or flower for Colony House, which is very flower power hippie-esque kind of thing. Julie's standing there being bratty. And then like there's Jade with his shirt like randomly open a little more, like they unbuttoned one of his buttons.
Yeah, each scene where her button goes.
Yeah, like okay, hello. It's funny. It's like, okay, more eye candy for the ladies. Come on, David, like unbutton one of those buttons for
And a
us.
lot of the fellas as well, I'm assuming.
What?
It said for the ladies, I said also for a lot of fellas.
Also for a lot of fellas too. Yes, indeed. So so yeah, they do their little ceremony where they talk about how, you know, Colony House is, you know, for where you're, you know, you live for today because, you know, tomorrow wasn't promised, or the town where we you know, do what's best for the community with the hope that we'll all go home one day. Essentially, that's in a nutshell, that's what they said. So two different philosophies on how to live in this place. And I think the best way to do it really is the hope for tomorrow. That's, you know, the best way to live, hope triumphing over fear in this place. You know, not just going wild and acting stupid and doing things that could get people killed. But you know, everybody handles this place differently depending on their temperament and their personality, and that determines like which they're gonna choose, house or I mean town or colony house. I would pick town because it's way the hell safer. I'm not risking my safety on a whole house full of drunk and high idiots. Not they're not all idiots, but some of them are, like Kevin, porn stash, who got everybody killed, like 20 something people. So yeah, Frank shows up, and and he gives the talisman back to Boyd and thanks him for his offer, but says that he's ready to check out of this life. Basically, he wants to be with his family. He wants to end his life, and they shouldn't have let him go in the box, in my opinion. This is just somebody who wants to end his life because he's in despair and he needs help. He needs support. They shouldn't have let him go in the box. He says, you know, that he makes a speech about how if he had just held on, maybe there could have been more Christmases. More Christmases with his family, like I was talking about earlier. He should have held on to that hope that he would have had a future outside of this place, and then he wouldn't have been broken by it, and his family might still be alive, like he says here. So it says he's ready to go in the box, and then everything is all somber, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you hear Jade yelling, "No, Frank, don't go!" And thus, he cemented himself as like the most popular character on the whole show, my favorite by far. You can even see him in the back. You can see him in the back of this shot, with his hands around his mouth, yelling it. Hilarious.
Yeah, it works on a lot of levels. It's mocking like characters that do long monologues.
Yeah.
About sensitive stuff like that, and everybody gets weepy, and then somebody's like, "No, Frank, don't go."
Yes. Yeah, it's great. I cracked up laughing, and I just fell in love with the character after that point. So Christy rolls her eyes, and Jade just laughing his head off, like just peak Jade. I miss seeing him happy and laughing. Yeah, he never has been this happy or gleeful since. That's for sure. Amazing acting by David Alpay. Just brilliant. I love it. I love this still of his face. Samuel said, Colony House is more safe if there's a break-in. Your probability of survival is higher. Yeah, that's true. You know, they have to go through more people to get to you. Darn near 100% of death if your house gets broken into in town. But there's a much higher percentage of a break-in because of all those people in Colony House. That's the issue. In town, you can control it a lot more. You can control your own family more than you can control a whole house full of people who are getting drunk and stoned and whatnot. So if you look at it that way, it's just the risk is so much greater there. So I just couldn't live with that kind of risk. Okay, so Amy said they wanted him to be more sexy. Just take the shirt off at this point. Yep. Debbie said the very important choosing ceremony, which never happens again, just like how they tie up Julie and Tabitha, but never do that with other new arrivals. It's weird, I know. They changed everything after this. The choosing ceremony, I mean, I'm sure it was important, and I'm sure they did it many times, but they never do it again with subsequent arrivals. But I think the key was Ellis and Boyd reuniting and their reunion, like, and the events of season 1 changed things, and Boyd reconciled with the people in Colony House and Donna, and like they all kind of came together around the events of season 1 because there was the massacre at Colony House, and they had no choice but to take advantage of the townspeople's hospitality and generosity. They had to go move in with the people in town, so they were forced back together. So after that point, I mean, how could they go back to this? They only had this choosing ceremony because they were so divided to begin with. They were, kind of segregated from each other. And now they just kind of go at this in a more casual way, I think. New arrivals just move in where they want to move in and can go back and forth. And if you choose the house, you could probably still just go hang out at Colony House, whereas you probably couldn't before. Michael said, just like Christopher, he starts seeing the sign and is no longer laughing, happy, making others laugh. See what Victor says about Christopher. Yep. Victor says that Christopher always used to make people laugh. And then he started seeing the symbol and he didn't make people laugh anymore. That's right. So it's same thing is happening to Jade. Exactly. Jade kind of goes nutty, but not quite as nutty as Christopher, but you can see the pattern, as it were, converting to caveman Jade. Yeah, because he's descending into madness. That represents, I've said it a lot, that, his physical transformation, it symbolizes his descent into madness, but thankfully not as crazy as Christopher, for sure. He's still holding on to his sanity. Came in as vibrant tech bro Jade, came out as drunken caveman Jade, right? Jade's also funny, but so was Christopher, apparently. Yes, indeed. At least obsession, but yeah, he's just obsessed with that symbol and those visions to an extreme. Yeah, AA, they never did it again, the choosing ceremony. But yeah, it's because of what happens with, I think mainly it's the massacre that brought everybody together in season 1. That's the biggest thing. Ghost Jim cock blocking Jade. Yeah, it's coming. Zombie Abby, Zombabby. Oh, that's what Zombabby meant. Gotcha. Zombabby. Yep, Zombabby is coming for Boyd. Reaching up from the ground. I like that. Zombabby. I like that a lot. Okay. Um so continuing on here. Boyd has just had about enough. You know, everyone has been just stoically putting up with Jade and his nonsense all episode long, and Boyd is not having it because this is just so disrespectful to the seriousness of the situation, and Jade doesn't know that it's real, you know, so he's not being respectful at all, and he's like, I love it. It's dramatic. It's he's like praising their performance as actors. Oh, I love it. It's dramatic. It's hey, what are you doing? Boyd grabs him, manhandles him, hauls his ass over to the this area here. He's like shoves his face in it, just kind of like he did to Frank with Megan. Boyd manhandled people more early on. Um, and they changed that about him after that. He makes Jade choose one or the other immediately to get his ass the hell out of there. He picks a rock for house, or town rather, and then he hauls him out of there and shoves him. And Boyd is so violent in that first few episodes. Damn, he's not like this later on. And Jade is like, you are gonna be so sorry. I'm gonna ruin you. I'll ruin all of you. He screams that at them, and he's threatening to sue, of course. Like, you have no idea what you just did, because he's this big, you know, hotshot, you know, tech bro, rich guy. He's like, you have no idea what you just did. Don't you know who I am? In other words, he doesn't say that again, but yeah, it's the old "don't you know who I am" thing. I'm gonna murder you. I'm gonna ruin you, rather. But I hope it's not foreshadowing like the real thing. He's gonna ruin all of them because he's gonna fuck it all up. When he says, "I'm gonna ruin all of you," but I don't think so. I think he and Tabitha are gonna help figure it out and fix all of this. But he, in his past lives, probably helped ruin all of them by failing to put the pieces together and by snapping and losing his sanity. I think there's a measure of truth to what he said, that in his past lives he helped ruin all of them by not breaking the cycle. So in a way, it's true that he's ruining all of them. His past lives' failure to find a way out ruined their lives here. He's such a wuss too. He's such a wuss, like clutching his shoulder, like, oh, you know, he's so hurt by that. It's not that big a deal. It's clutching it like it's so injured. Kenny comes and escorts him out of there. And then Boyd gives the Matthews all a choice, which makes no fucking sense because Julie is a minor. That shouldn't be happening. She shouldn't be allowed to choose. She chooses Colony House, the sex palace, sex party palace, and they allow it. It's like grooming. Donna is like saying, hey, it's your rules, not mine, Boyd. I don't understand how they can allow this. She's a minor, and just like Tabitha says, she's a minor. She can't be allowed to choose. But they tell her she can, and Boyd even goes along with it.
His rules, man.
It's ridiculous.
I don't know. It's his rules. They're different than society's rules, I guess, outside of it.
Yeah, she's like, it's your rules, Boyd, not mine.
I agree with Donna here. I don't think she's going to try to initiate. I don't think Donna's going to try to initiate Julie into sex palace. I think these two people are going to try to initiate.
Look at
Jumping
them.
into the sex walls.
Yeah, look at them. They're already getting too close to her. Fatima and Ellis there. It really feels like grooming her. And Tabitha tries to change her answer and says that I'm going to go to Colony House, and they're like, no, you can't do that. Once you make your choice, you can't go back on it. It's final, which is just ridiculous. These people, when people have just arrived in this nightmare place, you're going to hold them to this decision forever. None of this makes any sense. Father Kadri presides over the ceremony like it's some kind of a religious deal too, and he's wearing a sash that is not Christian at all. It looks more pagan, if anything. It's got a sun on one side and a moon on the other, day versus night, which seems to, connect with, the day versus night being so important in this
Yeah,
place.
the talisman. Talisman has the sun and a moon on it.
The talismans, they're safe in the daytime versus not at night. Well, I think that's about to change now with the man in yellow. That's that's off the table. Now they can be killed in the daytime, but yeah, interesting sash there. Not a Catholic thing at all, and he must have found it there. There's no way he arrived there with that. That's not a Catholic thing. Looks like something somebody may have made here, something like somebody sewed together. So I can't believe they just allowed Julie to go off. Like, Tabitha backs down, and Jim is usually overprotective, and for some reason he's the one who backs down more easily and lets Julie go off with those people, and Tabitha is fighting it more than Jim. I don't know. I found that very strange. And eventually she just gives in and lets Julie leave with them. Parents of the year. Then Kenny brings Jade to the graveyard. Almost wrapping this up now, which is good because my pain is really, really bad, so I need to hurry up. So he shows Jade Toby's body in the ground. And like it's a wake-up call to reality. Like, this is real. This is not an escape room. This is not fun and games. And at first he's like, he somehow thinks this is part of it too, and chuckles for a second, but then he starts gagging on the smell and screaming, like, no, God, Jesus, no. He drops to his knees, and he yells at the sky. He also yells at the sky, hey, it's not funny anymore. Hey guys, it's not funny anymore. Like this is Toby's prank still, and Toby's behind all this, watching him somewhere, laughing. But then he's ultimately forced to realize the truth that his friend is dead there. And this needed to happen for Jade to wake up, and I really think somehow, for some reason, Toby needed to die. He would have been a huge distraction to Jade, and he needed to be isolated to focus and obsess over the answer and how to figure this place out, how to put this puzzle together. So I now believe that the voices of the dead are the ones who spoke to Sarah trying to help. And that's why they told her to kill Toby and make it look like the monsters did it, protecting her from any retribution against her, but isolating Jade so that he could focus and obsess over the solution and be more motivated. And yeah, so that's the theory I'm going with for now. But yeah, what an acting performance that he goes through in this episode. He shows his range. Now he's just full of despair. This is his childhood best friend since 4th grade, as we later find out. So Jade has depth. He's not just some selfish asshole,
A pretty face.
Pretty face. Everything's a joke to him.
An open shirt.
Yeah. It shows how much depth there is to him, how much he loved his friend, the way he sobs over him. So, foreshadowing. Samuel said, "Foreshadowing. This is all just a prank, bro." Oh man, yeah, that would suck if it's all just a prank in the end. Amy, I'd like the show to have someone ask Donna what's in her pockets. Me too. Me too. She's always got those hands in her pockets. Um, your shit stinks too, Jade. Smell it. Smell it. Smell it. Treating him like a dog. Yeah, when Boyd shoved Jade's face at the rocks and flowers. Yeah. Um, Donna sticks hands in pockets. They'll take good care of her. Yeah. Yeah. Boyd promised the Matthews that his son is up there and they'll take good care of her. She should be like, that's what I'm afraid of. They'll take good care of her. Ellis and Fatima. Yeah, it's creepy. She shouldn't be sleeping in the same bedroom with him. But anyway, Jade is the alabaster dragon. Yep. But yeah. So yeah, I believe this had to happen. This set Jade on his path to figuring out the answers, and this woke him up to the reality of what's happening. Now he's isolated and he has nothing to do but obsess over how to figure this out, how to crack the code, how to escape. And Toby, his childhood best friend, I think would have been way too much of a distraction for some reason. And having that company, he needed isolation. His mind needs to just be focused on this and nothing else. And I think the voices of the dead, the spirits of the dead knew that. And they told Sarah to eliminate Toby. And then make it look like the monsters did it to protect Sarah's life so she wouldn't be suspected of murder and she'd be protected. I used to think that Toby was killed because he knew something, and who knows, maybe he did know something. He knew too much. And so the big bad wanted him dead before he could tell anybody. That's what I used to think, and I had a lot more to it, but I won't go into that now. It'll take too long. Yeah, I had a whole theory, but in the end, I think he just would have been too much of a distraction, so he had to go. Or if you look at it the other way, the big bad could have taken him out because maybe he would have been an asset to Jade in some way. But I'm going with the former explanation, not the latter. Toby would have been a distraction, so he had to be taken off the board, so to speak, to reference the chess metaphor that they use all the time. And then in the last scene, they take Frank, they march him to the box, and he walks in voluntarily. Boyd looks miserable. This is not what he wanted to do. Frank put himself in there. Brutal scene to watch. I really hated this. It was hard to continue watching the show for me with stuff like this happening in the beginning. And then the jukebox turns itself on, playing If It Be Your Will. Really somber, melancholy song. And while that's playing, we see a montage that's very somber as well. Mrs. Liu with the shrine for her husband, praying over it, crying. Kenny comes home and finds her there and brings Jade. And here Jade is confronted with more reality, the somber reality of this woman's grief. And this is no longer fun and games. A lot has changed for Jade in the span of one episode. Tabitha tucks Ethan in, and Jim comes in with Flight of the Chromonocle to read to Ethan, and he wants to start at chapter 3 where they left off, but Ethan asks him to start at the beginning. A hint to us that this is the beginning of their Flight of the Chromonocle quest story.
And story walking, because they were going to do chapter 3, but they walked back to the beginning.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah. I think all of these lines in season 1 is just full of lines that have meaning that was hidden at the time and now becomes clear. And even more, I think, will become clear in the future as we get more answers. And then over at Colony House, they welcome Julie. And they raise their glasses as they do. Donna commands them all to eat, drink, and be merry, essentially. That's their that's their, like, what is it, Epicurean, or their
I
philosophy.
was said hedonistic.
Well, yeah, hedonistic 100%. There, and yeah, and it's also also Epicurean. Epicureanism, like, the main goal is pleasure, the absence of pain and fear.
That's
And
what hedonism is as well.
yeah, yeah. So that's their philosophy of life, and eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we may die. They said it in this episode. You want to choose Colony House, where we live for today, because tomorrow isn't promised, and so she basically tells them all to get drunk, which is just dumb. And in a place like this, it's dumb to just lose all control like that when there's such a risk of dying if you screw up. If you're gonna get wasted, if you're going to get impaired, you should honestly just do it in the daytime. I'm not advocating anybody abuse substances, but these people, if they're gonna do it, they should do it when it's safe in the daytime and not at night. This is just dumb. And now they're bringing a minor into this situation, this drunken sex house. Like, this is wrong on so many levels. But it's a loving place too. It's a loving family place. They care about each other. It's very much like a hippie commune, and Donna is like the mom, the the dad mother. Frank sits in there awaiting the inevitable, and he looks out the little holes in the box, sees the monsters approaching. And we were talking in the last season about, the last time we did a rewatch of this, about how it seems like monsters don't attack until you see them. And it's like that you got to see them first. It's like there's some kind of a weird, like, observer effect. He looks out those holes and then they start advancing on him. And I wonder if there's anything to that, because even when they killed Father Khatri, the monster got his attention first. She could have just killed him from the back, but she said "Father" to get him to turn around first. Then she slit his throat. She could have just easily killed him from behind, and instead she got his attention and he looked at her first. And people look out their windows first and see them, and, like, they always see these things first before they get attacked. And he looked out and saw them, and then they started advancing on him. So I don't know, just an observation. Kind of like if a tree falls in the forest, does it make a sound? What if you didn't look at these things and didn't see them? Would they be able to attack and kill you? I think one of the titles of season 4, one of the episodes, is titled "If a Tree Falls." Boyd is like, he's not going to look out the window, but then he kind of forces himself to do it, almost as punishment to himself, because he feels responsible because he built that box. He never wanted to use it. It was supposed to be a deterrent, but now it's being used, even though he tried to give the guy an out, and he made himself look, just to torture himself, I think. The monsters are all kind of looking at him. You feel this such deep dread. It's just so disturbing as they surround him, and he looks so terrified. And they whisper. You can hear them whispering around him, but it's inaudible. You can't tell what they're saying. I wish they'd go back to that creepy subtlety of whispering instead of just shrieking and walking around all bald and transformed. I like the subtlety better. And then, of course, they all bust in on him and grab him in their transformed state. And it's the end of Frank and this episode.
Perfect.
Poor Frank. He deserved better. He didn't deserve to die like that. But so it goes.
And so it goes.
Yeah. Amy said I laughed at the grandma lady being bald walking through the house. Yeah, they're kind of turning into caricatures. They're getting a little too, it's kind of like the monsters on Stranger Things. We're getting a little too much exposure to them and it makes them less scary. They're getting too extreme. I liked them when they were more subtle. Michael, drunken weedy orgy house. Yep. What if someone shows up blind? Yeah, like I wonder if Elgin lost both his eyes, would the monsters be able to get him? I honestly wonder. Grandma monster looking like a dried fish. Yeah, she kind of does. I think that is Grandma monster. And season 4 returns on Bicycle Day. Oh, does it? Cool. Julie was sleeping in the room with them when Fatima got pregnant. Oh God, Debbie, probably. Michael thinks that Toby got killed because it was a botched hit. He was dead in the first episode or two. Ergo, basically just a throwaway character. I can't see them building any more importance into his character. Yeah, I don't think that they're going to build more importance. I just think that he would have been a distraction for Jade. And simple, like really as simple as that. Also, the showrunners have said, apparently in an interview, that don't worry, we haven't forgotten about Toby. Because they know that some viewers wonder why Toby's never been brought up again. And it appears that nobody knows that Sarah is the one who killed Toby with her own hand. I don't think she ever confessed that to anyone. So maybe that's going to come out this season. That'll be one of the revelations. But I don't think there's going to be a lot of importance put into his character at all. Because there was no, like Michael says, there wasn't really any backstory or character development. In my opinion, he was just there to take the hit for Jade because Boyd cuffed Jade to the car, and Toby got to town first, so the entity voices swung and missed. And that very well could be, Michael. It's very ambiguous, the whole Toby thing. It's one of the biggest mysteries of the show. It really is. It's one of the things that's always bugged me the most. One of the questions that's bugged me the most. Oh, Debbie, I just lost a subscriber because I said my last video was inspired by the current political tyranny in the US. So disappointing. I'm sorry, Debbie. That sucks. And, politically, we're just so divided right now. And God forbid anybody speaks out against, horrible things that happen because of the current political regime. And you lose a subscriber. But honestly, you didn't lose anything. You don't need those kind of people following you anyway. If somebody's going to be petty like that, you didn't lose anything. Just because you expressed your opinion and your right to free speech, they're going to just flush everything. Not everything that you put out is political, and if they like your other content, then that's a petty reason to do that. And yeah, there is tyranny going on, and I agree with you. So, sometimes we have to take a stand, and that means we're going to lose followers, and that's what's going to have to happen, unfortunately. And I'm sorry that happened to you. And you're welcome, Debbie. And I know it's disheartening. I lost a subscriber for something stupid recently, and I was disheartened just because of that. Something I couldn't control because I postponed a live stream. And that made me feel really bad. I couldn't help that. I'm in pain all the time. I had to. I had to postpone it because of my pain, but somebody unsubscribed like right after I announced that and knocked me down from, a whole, 1.95 to 1.94. Oh, it's so terrible. I know, but it just made me feel bad. And it's hard for me to inch my way up to 2K, and I've been stuck for a long time, for over a year. So that made me feel bad. So I feel your pain, and this happens sometimes as content creators, but more will come. You just have to keep going. And we'll keep plugging your channel, Debbie. So always feel free to drop your link in the chat. We're happy to support you here. Yeah, people suck sometimes, right? Like Amy said. But you're an inspiration, Debbie, with what you do in your pain and the beautiful art you create. You're such an inspiration to me. So don't let that get you down. Don't let the assholes, or don't let the bastards grind you down, like they said in Handmaid's Tale. Amy says, I made a gaming channel. Please consider subbing. I'd appreciate it. Oh, is this a new channel? Oh, cool. Okay. So this is separate from Amy's current channel, Pixie Vine Gaming. Oh, I'll absolutely sub, Amy. And please feel free to drop the link anytime here. We'll help you get the word out as much as we can. Okay, that's ableism. They're not worth it. I just Uno reverse carded you. Yeah, they're not worth it. You're right, Debbie. They're not worth it at all. So we don't need them. Screw them. Okay. So, that being said, getting back to my pain and my health, I need to sign off so I can do something to take care of myself. I'm in really, really bad shape right now. I wish I could do these lives in less pain, but honestly, I mean, I have to take breaks in between my walks. So if I wasn't on this live stream right now, I'd be suffering anyway. But I definitely should have gotten on the treadmill about an hour and a half ago, though. So I have pushed it too far. I gotta do the treadmill to maintain my pain level like every 3 hours now, which is completely ridiculous. Or my pain spikes out of control, and I haven't done that, so I gotta go take care of myself and eat something and Samuel said, nice. I really want to see Sarah and Jade talk about Toby. I think it might happen, Samuel. Because the showrunner said we haven't forgotten about Jade. Michael said, want to see the monsters use it against her. You going to tell Jade what really happened to Toby? If you don't, we will at some important moment. That would be good. Where she needs people to do something or believe her, but the monsters are like Uno reverse. Yeah, there we go. That would be great. Okay. Well, that's got to do it for me. I need to sign off, and Scarlet, I'm sure you need to get some sleep.
Oh, I'm playing chess right now.
You're playing chess? Oh,
yeah,
wow.
I'm playing chess badly, but I can't seem to move my rook over where this knight is.
Oh, cool.
I'm trying to take out this knight, and I can't. It won't let me. but I'm not in check or anything anyway, so I don't know why I can't just take this knight.
Oh, I want to learn how to play. I've never really learned. I messed around with it once, but I never really learned how to play.
I mean, I would play with somebody who wants to play for fun, and somebody doesn't play like 20, moves ahead.
Right.
I had a friend like that, and I just didn't want to play chess with them anymore. Because every time you move, they're like, and I'm like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
Or you pick a piece up, and they're like, it's like, no.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing wrong here, because I should be able to take this piece, and I don't know why I can't. So, with more than one piece. Computer's cheating.
Yeah, maybe it's cheating.
Maybe.
Debbie said, please subscribe to my mixed media art channel. I make original art and music experiences full of esoteric symbolism and hidden knowledge. And there's the link. And she did a really interesting piece about Victor recently, inspired by Victor. Check that out. Go support our friend Debbie and her beautiful channel right there. We love you, Debbie. And don't let the bastards run you down. Third shift lurker. Third shift.
Put that there.
Third shift lurker says, "Don't forget to hype, or you'll spend the night in the box." thank you, third shift lurker. Yeah. So there's that little hype button. After the live stream, I think it takes a few minutes, so it won't appear immediately. I've noticed a little while later, if you check back, and maybe if you don't see it, maybe wait at least half an hour. But it does appear near the like and share. It's all those buttons. You'll see one that says hype, and you get a certain number every week of hype points that you can give out. They're free. Would very much appreciate it if you could hype this live stream and help push it out to more people. Hit the like button, subscribe if you're not subscribed, please. Keep an eye out for my video breaking down the trailer for season 4. And also, it also gives my predictions and theories. So I'd very much appreciate it if you could view it, give it a like, drop a comment in there, even if it's just an emoji. A brief comment like that helps push it out in the algorithm. It doesn't matter how short the comment is. And hype, when that one comes out, hyping that one is the most important one to hype. So if you don't have a lot of hype points, or you're not sure and you want to wait, I am going to be putting out that video hopefully like within the next day. So so that one, if you have hype points available, I'd much appreciate giving it to that one, because it's going to be difficult to get views compared to a month ago when the thing came out. It was like almost a month ago, and my pain has been so bad that it just kept getting put off. So but it's coming. So please hit the notification bell, and you'll see when it comes out and when all the live streams happen, because sometimes sadly I do have to postpone them a lot because of my health condition. And Debbie dropped the link to her art piece, To the Victor, inspired by our Victor. So that's the link to that. Pixie says, "I love your videos, Debbie." Hey, shout out to Zapped in there, or Zap now. Have a good day or night to you. And Debbie has a Jade video that's all set to go when From drops its trailer. Jaded Proclivities, amazing. Jaded Proclivities, love it, Debbie, love it. You're so smart, waiting until From drops its full trailer. Good idea, good call. Wait till the algorithm is hot. You got it. You're doing it. You're on your way. That is how you do it. We get 3 hypes per week, and when we hype small creators, YouTube includes a bonus. That's right. That's right. A big bonus. You get a ton of extra points if you're a small creator to help out. So people like me get a ton of extra points, and Debbie. So yeah, so use them wisely. And thank you in advance, and thank you for all your support, everybody in the chat, everybody on the replay. Thank you so much. And we will be back Monday. Monday is going to be the next one for episode 4, season 1 rewatch of season 1, episode 4 of From. And we'll do a watch party for that one probably the night before. I'm thinking either the night before or the night of. I'm not 100%, but if you're in the Discord, I'll announce it and tag everybody so you'll know.
This computer's making me lose. The only thing I can do is take hints, and it's making me lose through its hints.
Oh,
it's giving me a hint, and it's taking a piece each time. This computer's corrupt.
Must be. Good night, Debbie. And yeah, have a good day or good night, everybody. If you're in the Discord, just watch for the notification. I'm going to tag everybody and announce the next watch party for episode 4 if you want to watch with us. And that'll probably be, let's see, Sunday night. I like to do it the night before the live stream, so it'll probably be Sunday night, maybe around like 10 p.m. Eastern or so, but I'll put it in the Discord, so the announcement will be there. And that's it. So Have a good day or good night, everybody. Good night, Scarlet. Thanks for hanging in
Yeah,
all
good
this
night.
time.
I'm gonna start a new chess game.
Okay. Good luck.
I don't know. I think this one's. I think it's corrupt. I don't know. I had like 3 different pieces I could move, and they're like, you can't move it. I'll give you a hint. Oh, checkmate.
Yeah.
What a jerk.
Yeah. Well.
Oh
Well, it's like it's a rigged chess game, you know.
it is. It's a rigged chess game.
It's gonna be down to your last piece, just moving around trying to dodge it.
It didn't even get close to
that. So, well, anyway, we'll see everybody next time.
Yeah. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Keep your kings out of check.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself. In a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us. They don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce. We revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us. Nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the last of us, deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in Frum's where it's from.
They don't dive like us. They don't vibe like us. They skim the edge. We inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us. Nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Okay, I'm still here just for a second because I don't know if Nesha is still listening or looking at the chat anymore, but if you are listening, you can reach me. Nesha sent me this. Like, how can I reach you regarding your pain? Remember our conversation. And I do remember. Thank you so much for reaching out. So kind of you. So you can reach me a number of ways. You can DM me on Instagram. I'm at JulieBDeepDives, like I said in the chat. And you can reach me if you join Discord. I have my Discord link in the description of this video where you can send me a DM. Or if all else fails and neither of those work, you can always email me, which is at that's just JulieBDeepDives@gmail.com. So those are all ways you can reach me. And yeah, I'd love to chat. So yeah, please do reach out if you can. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. And yeah, hope to hear from you. And I hope you're doing well. And thank you so much. And another kind, lovely person. I met so many lovely, wonderful people through this community, and I can't thank you all enough for your compassion. I really need it. There's the link to my Discord that Debbie dropped right there. Thank you, Debbie. Appreciate that. So yeah, anybody can join that. It's a public Discord. So yeah, you can always join that. And I know there have been some rumors about Discord. Well, not rumors, but there's been some concern about Discord recently. But like they were going to force everybody to provide government issued IDs to prove that they're adults in order to continue to use all the features of Discord. But it looks like they've backed off that because of public backlash. So yeah, like Discord is still safe. Discord is still good at the moment. So I highly recommend joining Discord. It's awesome. Anyway, that's going to be my official good night. Thank you again, everybody. See you next time.